I can be more concise.
Good afternoon, good evening, good zinta, good y'all, whatever it may be where you are. I'm Not Sports Card. I have a wonderful guest today. I want to shoot myself. We were just talking for 40 minutes and I wasn't recording. 30 minutes. So I will get 5 seconds of my thing.
Would you like? Grading is a scam.
All right. I feel really bad for doing this to Chad, but at least I noticed now instead of in an hour and a half when we're done or whatever. And
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's fine. Well, I would do the same thing.
Let me introduce you again. Maybe I'll get it right the second time. This is the evil, the wonderful, one of the most knowledgeable non-sports collectors I know. Goes by the name Darth Bryzzo, has an incredible collection. We are going to talk through our viewpoints on the hobby and non-sports cards, and we've been doing it for a half hour. Nobody got to hear it, but now hopefully people will get to hear it. So, Chad, welcome back, I guess.
Thanks very much. I'm really glad to be here, and I always enjoyed talking to you, especially since we've delved a little deeper than just sort of semi-hostile back and forth on IG, good-natured as it may have been. But yeah, I'm really glad to do this, and I appreciate the opportunity to air through sort of a back and forth, some of these thoughts I've had for a long time. I hope folks get some benefit out of it, even if they disagree with both of us, which is fine.
We're going to, considering that we just recorded for half an hour and we're like midway debate on something, I'm going to call some audibles now. We're going to move around a little bit, but Chad has an incredible collection. He collects kind of things, or Darth Bryzzo, that I don't. He got into back into the hobby through his love of the Cubs, and then he got into some Star Wars stuff and branched out all over the place. He collects music, Disney, classic, vintage Hollywood TV, some pretty amazing stuff. We were in the middle of our kind of sharing our point of views on rookie cards and in non-sports versus first appearance. So again, I'll give you a second to talk about your collection. I don't want to say a second, but if you want to try the elevator pitch of what you collect again, we can go for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you covered a lot of the big ticket items. I mean, I collect primarily stuff that resonates with me nostalgically in some way from my lifetime, which sometimes includes people that were dead before I was born that still were relevant somehow culturally to my youth and adolescence and such. So it breaks down vintage Star Wars, vintage Indiana Jones, vintage Wizard of Oz, music, largely vintage, some modern Hollywood film stuff. Same with TV, a little bit of Apollo 11 stuff. I was born in 71, so the Apollo 11 moon landing happened a couple of years before, but that was still kind of a big deal as I was growing up. And then I have certainly some Cubs stuff left focused on their World Series run that we won't dwell on here. And then a little just hodgepodge miscellaneous stuff like Salvador Dali and Albert Einstein and just other people I like. But I would say a lot of my most rigorous collecting today is in music, Star Wars, and film and Disney. Those are my primary collections, probably.
Okay, well, again, we were mid debate on the rookie thing. We're probably not mid debate. We're probably just 2/3 of the way through it. So what I want to do is let that ruminate. We're going to leave that. We'll revisit that at the end.
Okay.
We're going to go into a hobby topic now, like a hot hobby topic. Trust me, we're going to go through some pretty heavy debate. I want to try something else though. Let me see here if this will come on. Chad is. We worked up some theme music for Darth Bryzzo because
I'm so touched.
Well, I went through about 10 songs. I wish I could put the.
It's kind of haunting. I like it.
I'm waiting. Where else do you get this from?
That's awesome. That might be the best gift anyone's ever given me.
I will happily send it to you. I'm trying
Yes, please do. I'd love to hear the whole thing. That's awesome. Thank you.
He's the master of dark. Wait, let's see if it. Wait, let's see where the chorus kicks in here.
He's the master of the dark. Darth Bryzzo.
Come on, where else do you get this stuff?
That's hilarious. Okay, everybody, I did not hear that before. We didn't have that much of the intro music, so that's awesome.
Yeah, well, again, I won't force everybody to hear all of it, but I figured we have to go with some. They talk about having high production values. Like, where else do you go to your guest?
You are taking it next level for sure. For sure.
So, all right. Well, the thing I wanted to we're going to talk a little bit about this SGC PSA thing. I'm using this as a palate cleanser because we were so deep in our bag about like rookie cards and everything that I figure we need to take a deep breath and talk about this. Now, I know everybody has talked about this ad nauseum, and I really if it weren't for you and I talking about it, I would not have felt the need to publicly state it. But what's your general feeling? Not getting too into I know there's certain elements of it you don't want to get too much into, which I understand. But what's your general feeling of this happening?
And maybe I don't want to do too much throat clearing here, but I want to explain a little bit to people why I'm willing to offer certain thoughts and opinions about it and not others. I actually am a practicing commercial litigation attorney, and I have been I think I'm in my 25th year of practice. And so, it's impossible for me to divorce my opinions about an issue like this from, my at least working knowledge enough to be dangerous of the law in certain areas. And but I want to be circumspect about not going into too many legally steeped opinions, which may or may not be right. So I'll give some general impressions. I want to throw that out there, but I having acknowledged that now, and there are people who know that about me, which is one of the reasons I want to throw it out there. I want to just emphasize, like, I ain't trying to give legal advice. These issues are super complicated as they play out in the actual legal forums. And so nobody can predict how they would come out anyway.
Yeah, well, why don't you start with just like as a collector, how you feel about it?
As a collector, I think it's not a good development. I think it is a further movement toward concentration of far too much market power in two entities now, collectors and fanatics. And I kind of feel like they're, the two towers, to use a horribly executed Lord of the Rings analogy, and the rest of us are all the, roiling stew of carnage on the ground between, Barad-dûr and Orthanc. I hate it. I liked SGC as an alternative to PSA. And for me personally, whether they feel like they have to or they've been ordered by somebody to keep it as a separate, subsidiary operating as before for some period of time, I don't care. To me, it's now PSA Light, and I want very little to do with it, because now I feel like, why would I get PSA Light not knowing if this is going to exist 3 to 5 years from now? I guess I have no choice if I want my cards to be worth anything in 3 to 5 years of just getting PSA. And therein lies the problem. Like, to me now, unless you really love CGC and or have TCG cards that you want to send to CGC, or you want to keep gambling on the dead company walking that is Becket, I don't know why you wouldn't just send everything to PSA, which is why I have concerns about it, not only as a collector, but when I start thinking about the market competitive, antitrust type dimensions of that situation, I just shake my head.
I mean, I'm a little, oh God, why can't like more? I'm far before this, I was disillusioned with grading, right? Mm-hmm. For a long time, I've been disillusioned with grading, and it's one of those things of like, just, have my own come to Jesus on it. And
you're not wrong. Nothing you said. I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said, and I have a lot of raw cards that I may just leave now as raw cards because I'm kind of sickened by the whole thing too.
Yeah, I mean, there's everything is we're talking about before. It's like when you look at something, it's not usually one thing; it's a lot of things. But my opinion on this is that it's not surprising, right? I mean, people are saying they did this to block fanatics from buying SGC or whatever.
That's true. That could be.
It doesn't matter. It's like Fanatics is big enough. If they buy a grading company, they can make it in and of itself work. That's fine. I do think they did here is something that I had predicted, but never in this way, which is, hey, here's a new way you're going to have to regrade all your old cards.
Yeah, you're right. I do recall your discussion about that, and yeah, that is interesting, isn't it?
I mean, that's what I anticipate. Like everybody's like, oh, they're their own entity. I think they won't, like you alluded to it, that I don't think they'll be their own entity for more than a year or two.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the time frame, and I think it could depend on one of the big wrinkle X factors in this situation that maybe isn't present in all of these types of situations that you would analyze in a certain way for competitive dimensions. I'm trying to think about what I feel comfortable saying because I want to say something meaningful. You're not pressuring me, but the people watching this, it's like I want to say something meaningful about my opinion. I personally believe, and this is my total personal speculation. I know I've heard a lot of commentators talk about it makes no sense to keep SGC as a separate thing indefinitely or for the foreseeable future. Yeah, there's always an emerger, some operational halo period where you can't logistically just mash everything up and shutter the old thing. But this seems longer than that, and that makes no sense. It does make sense to me because of antitrust concerns. And without delving way into those, my working speculation is that this has already been pre-reviewed by the Federal Trade Commission or the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice, and there's been dialogue and there's been conditions placed on allowing this to go through, or it hasn't been reviewed and collectors' lawyers are telling them to do it this way to try to minimize the likelihood that the feds get interested in looking at it. That's my supposition. Could be totally wrong. But to me, when they think the antitrust coast is clear or whenever what arrangement expires, my speculation is SGC will go away. That could be 1,000,000% wrong, but that is my honest opinion.
Yeah, it's speculation. If people predict the future, we wouldn't be on here right now. We'd be doing other things. And what I would tell you, so you have a perspective from your background, which is legal background. Mine's more a business background. It's been my experience when it comes to antitrust that people, people inside of it, like people in the hobby will be like, well, if they buy them, they're going to own X percentage of the market. When it goes to regulatory agencies, defining what the actual market is different than what you think it is. Because they'll go in there and they'll be like, we're talking about collectibles. We're not talking about just cards. So it'll be like any collectible that exists that can be graded. And then suddenly, I don't know what it'll be. Toys. It'll be,
right.
Anything.
Yeah, there has to be some mooring in reality, but you're not wrong. I mean, there's always a fight in those cases about, and again, I'm not giving legal advice. I'm not an antitrust expert. I don't know nothing about it, but this is my opinion as a collector who happens to have some experience in a legal arena. Take it for that. But you're not wrong that market definition issues are always one of the key points of contention in any antitrust case. But a couple misconceptions that, since we're talking about it, might as well disabuse people of a couple common misconceptions. Number one, you don't have to have 100% market share to be considered a monopolist. You can have that with like over 50%. It's very fact and circumstantially specific. There's always fights about how you properly define the market to to
That's
get
the hard.
somebody's market share.
I mean, again, we're not going to get into it, but it's really just meant to be anti-competitive, right? Like ultimately, if you can own enough of the market that you can control the market, that's what,
Right. And that dovetails with another popular misconception. It's actually not per se illegal to be a monopolist. It's illegal to abuse your monopoly power in a non-competitive way that harms, competition or consumers. So it's all about like pricing power and things like that. But two things I want to note just for people thinking about this that are interesting to me intellectually from the vantage point I'm looking at this from. One thing that's different about this card grading market to me than many product and service markets that get analyzed in these ways is this isn't just about in determining what a company's true like pricing power is in however the market is defined. This isn't just about a product or a service like card grading that's fungible. At least that would be my view and my argument across companies, because of the secondary market dimension to all of this. Somebody can start another grading company, but can that entity immediately or anytime soon be considered a true competitor of PSA, given how the market more highly values slabs that result from their grading process? That's an interesting issue to me that you don't see in all of these business areas. The other interesting issue is, and you alluded to it, there is one company lurking around out there in the general space that is way bigger than collectors that theoretically probably could start up a grading company that could be a viable competitor of PSA, maybe not immediately, but eventually, and that's Fanatics. And so to what extent would that factor in?
I think there's a bigger company that can do it, and that's eBay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's also interesting.
Yeah, I think eBay could be a bigger factor in this than but again, it's all speculation, and these types of speculation are part of the reason why when people talk about antitrust and that's why it's murky. It's like I'm not saying it's one way or the other. We're not giving legal advice, but it is, it's not as cut and dry as, hey, like if eBay started a grading company tomorrow, they could compete with PSA.
Yeah, the fundamental point is, and people need to take this into consideration in filtering what I'm saying as well, but anyone out there in card land, in cardscape, that is saying that these issues are simple or cut and dry, or they've necessarily already been fully resolved, they don't know. Like, just know that nobody knows, because these issues, if they're contested legally, take years and testimony by expert economists and judges and lawyers and parties, like figuring it out. You cannot predict an outcome.
And that's another part of this. You need money on the other side. Right?
Yeah, you do.
You have to have somebody who's against this. And like when we brought up eBay and Fanatics, they would have to be the ones who decide that this is really
maybe not entirely them. There can be consumer class actions as well, but
again, the way this is a little cynical, but it's like the way our government works is like, for the most part, it's like, money gets action. So if there's not, I'm not saying none of this is 100%. Let's just say if eBay or Fanatics were way against this, it's more likely to have opposition inside the government than not.
That may be true. I mean, the government is generally dysfunctional at this point, regardless of which side of a lot of those spectrums you're on, philosophically. And yeah, you're right though, that either the government would have to challenge this, or private parties who can show that they have a cognizable stake in the dispute and are well funded would have to challenge it, and they still might fail. And so just know, as you're thinking about it and hearing things out there, members of the audience, it's super complicated, and there's some really interesting wrinkles about this particular collectibles market that make it arguably even more complicated to predict how all of that would come out. But I still personally believe that the awareness of those potential issues has factored in to how this is being done. That's just sufficient.
I don't think collectors or SGC are stupid enough to go, nobody's ever going to mention this. right?
Right,
So
right.
they thought this through, and so in
But
life,
just because they've thought it through, and this is something that I've had a dispute like privately with some commentators, just because they and their lawyers have thought it through also doesn't mean that they're right, because it's equally unpredictable for the parties.
the way that I settle things in this world, it's actually usually a pretty good way, is somebody lay me a line, right? Somebody tell me what the odds are this goes through, and then we can bet money. Because
Right.
to me, I think it's 2 to 3 to 1 that it goes that it doesn't go through. So I think 75% of the time or more, it's gonna go through. So that's
Yeah, I don't disagree with that as a practical matter. But so for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into, but taking that and then looping it back to the collector perspective, just my opinion and what I plan to do, not advocacy for anyone. And again, not giving any legal advice, not giving any collector advice or investing advice or anything. I'm just here to share my own opinions. You are, but ready. I was getting ready to send some non-sport cards to a bulk submitter for SGC because they're things that I thought would look better in their tux holders, and or they're things that I know SGC grades that I'm not sure PSA currently grades. You run into that a lot with this more exotic non-sport stuff. I am now no longer going to do that until I can see, is this going to go through, and whether, if it is or it isn't in the short term, how does the secondary market react to PSA slabs now? Is there a big fall in SGC submission volume? Is there a big fall in SGC slab values? Because if that's the case, then I personally am going to start putting them in the Becket bucket, and they're kind of dead to me.
So again, not financial advice. Again, you're an attorney. I hate all those things because I think if I can say the words "not financial advice" and then say whatever the fuck I want after, it shouldn't be valid.
I truly am not trying to give advice to people.
No. I mean, I'm going to give my perspective, my opinion. So, I mentioned earlier, this happens to me when I've recorded and haven't recorded. I don't remember what I actually said, but the idea that I always thought that the future was them getting us to grade our cards again. And what this is speculation. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I think there's a very reasonable thing that this happens a year from now, right? A year from now, it's homogenized, whatever. And PSA goes, hey, listen, if you want your SGC cards slabbed at PSA, send them over and we'll do it. And I will tell you right now that, so my thought was, round numbers are the way to go, right? So, the 9.5s, the 8.5s, the 7.5s, I think you all likely, again, they may round up, they may round down, but I'm pretty sure that PSA is going to find themselves within a year to 2 years crossing every 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 directly into a PSA slab of the same number. And maybe they will put the cert number in it, will have like an S in front of it. So now
I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's an interesting idea.
Well, my reasoning for this is that, one, you force people to grade their cards again, right? It's a simple way of saying, hey, and people are going to, it's a way to kind of combine set registries, and then people are complaining, oh, the set registry. Yeah, they'll have kind of a pure PSA set registry, and then they'll have those other things. The other part that is an issue, and we can get into the again, I'm not sure the legal side of it, but I think it's pretty hard for PSA to go and say, we bought SGC, but we don't believe that their grading is good. And I think that becomes a really big deal, is that if, just say, they buy them tomorrow, if this deal is done, right? And I grade a card in an SGC and I get a 9, unless PSA is going to come out here and tell us what the difference between a PSA 9 is and an SGC 9, they're going to have a real problem with not crossing cards. I think that is
but I think there's peril for them in doing what you're suggesting. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I also think that potentially jeopardizes some people's esteem for what they perceive as the superior quality of PSA's grading, which I think is bullshit. Frankly, I'll throw out frankly as a personal opinion. I think PSA is terrible. They're better now, but in the years like when Becket was still ascendant, when I got back into the hobby, PSA is terrible about taking centering into account sufficiently enough. And to me, even to this day, basically all a PSA grade means to me is how sharp the corners are. That's a little bit of an overstatement, but not much of one, in my view.
I mean, you probably would know more than me about it. My personal opinion is that they are equally flawed, and therefore, even though people would be pissed off that suddenly an SGC 9 becomes a PSA 9, I think that it will serve PSA. It will serve the acquisition. And as I mentioned, just add an S in front of the number on the label, and they'll be like, hey, here it is, right? Like we're telling you this used to be SGC. And
right. And the reason why I don't think maybe they'll try that, but the reason why I don't think that would be all that successful is if that happened, I'd be like, well, I'm not even going to bother then. I'll just crack it and resubmit it and take my chances with a straight PSA process, because as soon as that S goes on there, the secondary market is going to treat it just like they do the old PSA labels today, and it's going to get discounted.
I think that's a fair understanding. I would say I'd add two things to that. One is that if they did it tomorrow, I think that what you're saying is a lot more accurate. A year to 2 years, as they've had time to massage the marketplace and spin it and talk about how they're the same thing, and then it would be a lot easier. The old label stuff, I think, is very apropos of that. Like when you see an old label, you look at the card much closer.
And you're not wrong. The things you said, I mean, there is not a real, it's like an Easter bunny difference between a 9 and a 10, right? Anyway. And then when you start looking at their historical grades versus current grades, it's all a gross mess. The only reason to really care is if you want to try to maximize the cash out value of your cards, or you have some sort of legitimate like authentication or preservation reason for grading.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer that most grading that takes place today is just a tax on the hobby. It's just
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. And I do have a lot of graded cards, but I will say that the vast majority of my graded cards were purchased graded. I have only submitted to Becket maybe like 3 or 4 times, and I think I've only submitted to PSA twice in my life. Everything else I've bought graded. I don't have to have cards graded, especially the stuff I collect. It'd be nice on some of it to show the market that the grading companies look at this as an authentic card, because it is this global oddball thing that most people don't understand. But beyond that, I'm content as a collector with a lot of raw cards, if that's what it comes to. And this is gross to me, and this does affect me more than the Fanatics thing, because I look at Fanatics and say, I don't really intend to collect much that was made after 2019 at the latest anyway. So they're not really part of my collecting reality. This is, though. There were like older cards that I had that I was getting ready to embark on a couple-year process of having more things graded. And so this is really gross to me. Just that's my unhelpful collector comment, is this is gross. It's not shocking. It's gross.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like as I mentioned, my just general disillusionment with the way things have been going. That to me, it's kind of well within the type. It's not a scenario I predicted, but in now that I see it, makes a lot of sense. The other thing that you mentioned, I think actually could be true. Again, I'm trying to like not talk about 6 weeks from now or 6 months, but like a year to 2, is that PSA that you said SGC becomes PSA light. And that might be a move, right? Because again, my thought is like they have to figure out how to stratify grading, right? They need like it's not working. Their model right now is not going to work long term. Like they're grading a lot of cards that are going to not have the value of the grade of the grading fees. and it's going to devalue their process. So if they somehow increase PSA prices, but make SGC the low-end bullshit way you get cards graded,
They're BCCG then as to Becket.
it kind of, yeah. And I think that, like, so when, like, because my point has always been like, hey, you know, I don't think PSA grades all cards equally. Meaning, if I send in a $5 card versus I send in a $5,000 card, they look at the $5,000 card closer. The problem is when the $5 card becomes the $5,000 card, and that happens a lot in collecting. And that would make more sense if there was kind of an entry level grading thing, and that when the card achieved a higher price point, it needs to get into a more strenuous grading process.
That's interesting. I do think there are some, and I'm not expert enough in the details of all this. I know there are some people who grade tons with PSA that understand this really well, but I think in terms of trying to merge like the existing cards and stuff, there are also some issues for them to sort out around like their guarantee and the upcharges and everything, because my understanding is that the PSA's justification for the upcharges is that there's actually like a validity insurance component to their grading service, and that's like kind of a premium for that insurance. Obviously that doesn't exist for the existing SGC cards, and so they would have to probably carve that out if they're going to reholder those, or people would get charged more if an SGC 10 went to a PSA 10 and it was a really valuable card.
Yeah, I mean, again, the actual details of how either of these processes would work, I don't know, right? But I think that there are essentially that my overall feeling is they're not going to continue to exist as they do today, because it serves no purpose.
They will either. Not indefinitely. No.
It's redundancy to no value, and that either they get homogenized and merged, and that they, again, basically say, we're going to regrade all SGC cards. And that's a great way for us to have a bunch of cards to grade in the future. Or SGC is our entry-level grading service, and that, yet again, you will eventually grade your card twice if it's worth any money, and that we can maintain the prestige of the PSA brand and then also continue to grade millions of cards.
And one thing that may factor into some of that too, which actually goes to maybe if it's true, and we don't have any idea, this is just something flowing around out there, but it could go to the motivations of why, another partial motivation for why they do this deal and do it now. You know, there are always these rumblings that Fanatics intends to go public at some point. There are now, in the wake of this announcement, rumblings and suggestions that PSA intends to, or collectors intends to go public at some point. Well, if that ever happens, if there's any truth to that, and that happens a few years down the road, I can't believe that the Wall Street, the investor class and the underwriters for, you know, public issuances and stuff are not going to look at that redundancy you just identified and say, that's never going to fly. Like, your stock is going to be discounted if you don't find a way to gain efficiency and maximize revenue. And that redundancy makes no sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're on the same page. We don't have to go to that. I think it's just, most people look at this like, you know, very PSA good, SGC bad, SGC right. PSA good or bad. It's like, it's not that. These are businesses that want to make money, and you could not take the smile off of Peter's face from SGC when he was doing that thing. I have a feeling they did very well out of this, and I think that
and that to me was gross. Like, I get given what I've done for most of my adult life, I get the realities of the high stakes, you know, business marketplace and all that, and the how much money does mean. But when you have sat there for years, sort of positioning, especially since the pandemic, sort of positioning yourself to your growing band of fanboys and girls as the anti-PSA, I don't know that you come out and do a little happy dance in front of everybody announcing that you've now decided to join the evil empire.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, I think you have the dance part. I don't think you have a choice. I think that's the way it works. I think
If he's going to continue to work there, I guess he has to. It's gross to me, though. It is gross to me.
The permagrin was the part I was talking about. It was like literally you could not wipe the smile off the face with 100 pictures of the Holocaust. It just, but again, I'm not against it, and they were the anti-PSA, but in a sense more of, hey, we have good customer service and we get your cards back to you quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. And therein, by the way, there's an interesting point in there that I wanted to bring up when we talked the turnaround times, especially when they were able to take advantage of that in the pandemic, during the PSA shutdown is really what catapulted them. It's also, in my recollection, what started to kill Becket. I know that you have focused on some of their fake slab scandals more recently. And, there's been a lot of mismanagement there. They had that botched rollout of that change of their grading system that got killed in the Ethernet so quickly that they scotched it, in 4 hours. But somebody who loved Becket way more than PSA, and I still have a lot of Becket slabs I wish I no longer did, quite frankly. But what I remember as the beginning of the end of Becket, just to tack that onto this conversation, is, and I can't remember if it was in late 2017 or early 2018. At that time, Becket was by far the market leader in modern cards. PSA was the preferred choice of a lot of people for most vintage, and SGC had a carve out in like pre-war vintage and was kind of this little oddity that most people didn't know much about. But Becket had guaranteed service times, and they would turnaround times, and they would give you like orders for free or give you serious discounts on current or future orders if they failed to meet those turnaround times. They got so overwhelmed that they backed away from that. They stopped honoring that, and they commensurately raised prices. And that is when a bunch of people started to bail from them and start to go to PSA for modern stuff. And then once the pandemic came along, you had all these people flooding in that just kept hearing on social media, if it ain't PSA, don't send it my way. And that just became like the market mantra.
I mean, I agree with you, but I think that's again, I don't want to go too round and round with it, but I actually think that switch is one of the biggest arguments in the antitrust suit in favor of PSA. Of, hey, look what happens when you have a hobby leader. Look how quickly this can change, right?
That's true, and they can leverage Fanatics to make that argument as well.
Yeah.
Or eBay, like in your example. I mean,
there's again, I'm firmly in the camp of I think this is going to happen. Like, I don't think the antitrust would be the reason this doesn't happen. Not saying it can't be. I'm just saying that from a betting man.
My take on it would be, I don't want it to happen for wearing several different hats, including a collector hat, but I think it will happen.
Well, let's talk about the market a little bit, because again, don't worry, folks. We're going to go back deep into non-sports and rookie cards and first appearances. But I had a few topics, and this one I wanted to mess with a little bit. As you can tell, I think both Darth Bryzzo and myself have thought about this in probably different ways than most content creators, and I think it was worth talking about. But I want to kind of bleed this into, bleed this into the market, because I think that has a lot to do with this happening. Again, not to kind of put a bow on this, PSA's turnaround times are getting much shorter, and actually SGCs are getting longer, and therefore SGC might have been in peril of losing their only benefit. But what's your overall opinion in the market? Because I've been saying for a long time that there's just a ton of supply, and I don't know how much demand there is, and the supply just doesn't seem to be stopping. But maybe that's just me and being negative. I'm interested from you as a collector of different things, what you're seeing from a market perspective?
I mean, so many of the things that I collect are things where, as you've noted, sort of playfully, sarcastically in the past, including on your show. I collect some things where there's like 2 or 3 examples, graded in the world. In terms of things that I buy that maybe are a little bit more prevalent and a little higher volume. I mean, I think that for truly rare cards, there's still a huge appetite for having them graded. I think that anything that is a commodity card, the bottom is continuing to fall out of a lot of that stuff.
Let me be more specific about what I'm asking, because I did just say, what do you think about the market? Like, what I guess.
How do you define the market, Mike?
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's not a homogenous thing. It's not a monolith. I can tell you what I've seen, which is that I think that the sellers are less desperate. It's a weird thing, which is to say that I'm seeing more cards come on the market that I've never seen come on before, which is good. Meaning, like, there are things that I want, that I look for, that you never see, and suddenly you're seeing.
And I think that's a sign of people who are desperate or they're getting out.
Yeah, I think that they're just, their bags are just too heavy, or the other side of it. Like, and I'm experiencing this myself, because I used to sell cards. I don't really sell them anymore. Is that, hey, the kind of mid-level cards, they're not moving.
Right.
The homogenized cards, or they're not moving at a price that I'm willing to sell. Maybe I'm just being pig-headed, but I think there are a lot of people like that, where they're like, this is just, I'm not going to sell a PSA 8 1977 Star Wars Series 1 card for $28 or $30. Right. Just I'll let it sit. But
there's too many cards being graded. I mean, as a blanket statement. And I felt that way actually, even at the time before he blocked me for various reasons I won't go into. I had occasional back and forth with Nat Turner. Very occasionally. He probably doesn't even know who I am today, but he was always very nice and responsive. I mean, I had a high opinion of him, and still kind of do in certain ways, but I even told him back when he was announced he was, purchasing PSA with that group. I was just like this. I sent him this page that I did on Instagram where I was making the point, people are not being sufficiently circumspect about what they're grading. And the whole theme of the jokey page was centered around the sponge-worthy episode in Seinfeld, where Elaine, has a limited supply of sponges and so has to be more discerning about what potential sexual partners are worthy of her using one of her limited supply of sponges. And I kind of made that analogy to him and said, there's just too many damn cards being graded that shouldn't be. And he didn't disagree. He probably in moments of truth wouldn't disagree today.
That's the heart. Like, you can't, that's when you're this size, right? And you're talking about them going public and even being bought by private equity. Like, you have to make money. They're in a business. Like, this is not a family business where it's like, even like Wawa, I don't know how much you're familiar with it. It's like, we're a family business. We don't want to sell rolling papers. We're not going to sell them. We want to do this. Like, that's not how this works. Like, they're in the make the most money business. And also the idea that, like, what might be good for the long term is not as important as what will be good for the short term.
Well, and going public certainly isn't going to help, following along on that calculus, right? About what's better for the long term. If they go public, they're going to be forced to milk every immediate dollar out of every quarter. So I would not personally, as a collector, see that as a great development.
But, like, let's just not even have to look at it from the perspective of just graded cards. Like, I am just finding that, again, you collect different stuff, but I'm seeing stuff that I didn't used to see. I'm seeing less auctions. I'm seeing people don't want to auction anything anymore because they won't get a price. I'm not, I used this analogy a long time ago. It's like going to your favorite store, and this week they added a 50% of inventory and the prices came down 20%. You're like, awesome. And then they do it again next week. And then they do it again the week after. And you're like, eventually you're like, all right, like, I can't buy forever, and that's I do
there is a lot of buyer fatigue for sure.
and especially people like yourself who do sell. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm not selling anything right now, which is, probably a choice by me, but it's just overall what the idea of FOMO, right? Like that's something that people use that term for, fear of missing out too often, but it really is a big human emotion. And for me with cards, often I would see a card and inside of me, I'm like, I have to buy that. Somebody else is going to buy that.
Mhm.
And I don't have that emotion much anymore. And
neither do a lot of people, which is why it's a buyer's market now, right? Because a lot of that stuff is just sitting and people aren't smashing by it now on everything.
yeah, I'm me personally, I'm in a different stage. Like I don't know how much more collecting I'm going to be doing in the short term. It's just the joy that I get out of a card when it shows up is just very, very diminished. It's just narrowed to a very small segment of the cards I was buying. So now I'm just like, hey, I sent a friend of mine a couple cards last week that I never would have sent. Like I found something on eBay and I was like, I would never send this to somebody else. I'm like, these were cards I had, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy another one. So why? But so like for me, those two things of like, I'm not just pressing buy on cards that I really believe in, and also just other cards where they're cool, but like they're just going to go in a box. I just don't feel the need to buy them anymore. And I don't
I'm
know
having some of those thoughts more than before, and I'm definitely feeling that in various ways, and I think that I am doing in part what you are describing and what I think a lot of other people who haven't just bailed on the market are doing. They're reevaluating what is really meaningful to me to collect in the first place, to think about going after. This is not all just a rocket to the moon where I'm going to flip everything and make a bunch of money in weeks or months. So do I want to keep doing this? If so, what's really meaningful to me? And then whether it's a team or it's a player or it's a film or it's a genre of entertainment or whatever, what are truly significant cards that are likely to still be viewed as significant 10, 20 plus years from now, such that if I put my money into it today, rather than saving that or putting it to use somewhere else in my life, is there at least going to be a good chance of value preservation, even if it doesn't become a lot more valuable? I'm having that discussion now. I'm trying to buy higher quality stuff.
I've had that conversation with myself, and unfortunately, the answer I've come to is like, unless you love it and you don't want to live without it, there's better ways to spend your money. I think that I mean, I talk to friends about the idea of like, is it better to buy a car, 10 $10 cards that go to zero, or one $200 card that goes to 50? Like, I know those are all negative thoughts, but like, I don't know. Like, you're talking about buying better cards. I don't know what the right path is, because I think that buying fewer cards, I think, makes sense if you're buying, again, things that are truly important. I definitely don't buy the grade. I really am kind of at a loss on what to collect. The weird thing is that what I've been collecting lately, you definitely don't, which is I've been buying serial numbered cards of the, the kind of the stuff I collect, because it's like real estate. Like, we know they're not making any more of certain things, but even that feels hollow. So
yeah, I think the danger. I mean, you're a very smart guy, and you're very analytical, and so I'm not trying to suggest that's wrong. I think the thing about the serial numbered stuff, maybe not as much as non-sport is, but does it get dragged down if people start jumping off that boat in sports cards, which you're already getting the sense too many parallels too much numbered shenanigans. Like it's not special, it's not rare. Does that then carry over to the non-sport stuff as well?
Sure. I mean, I think this is a question of any port in a storm, right? Like, if you asked me, again, we're talking about like this isn't financial advice of what you should be buying these days. My answer would be nothing.
Yeah, that's not an invalid answer. I mean, that's a reasonable answer. It's just there's a component to this that I still have, that like stress relief, endorphin release, like collector passion. If you lose that, it becomes very, very difficult to justify putting money into this stuff right now. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, what I would tell you is that one of the realizations I came to is that I enjoy searching for the cards more than I do owning them.
That's interesting. I get that.
Well, I mean, for the majority of them, there are, again, you're talking like, yeah, there are definitely, if I only was after the cards I really want to buy, it's 5 minutes a day or whatever, where it's like the list of really cards I want to buy is like no more than 20, right? Like it's, well, pretty.
Mine's a little bigger, but because I collect so many different things, but I get it. Well, one thing I do want to say though, because you've asked for my general impression market, fleshing that in nooks and crannies, rightly or wrongly, when I'm making all those calculations in my head about should I buy this card for this amount of money right now, I do have this residual feeling, and it could be a false sense of confidence, that I still believe vintage non-sport specifically, but even a lot of non-sport entertainment stuff in general, is still relatively undervalued compared to where it could be someday if more people, and if Fanatics does bring more people into card collecting, maybe not pseudo investing, but card collecting, and they start seeing, oh, there's stuff for movies and shows that I like. It's not just sports. Could there be a heyday down the road for non-sport that sports has already kind of used up in the pandemic? And I think the answer to that is yes. I personally look at many areas of vintage non-sport, and it's hard to even generalize that level, but I look at some of this stuff and I'm like, I feel about that stuff like I did about vintage basketball and football in like 2017. I think it's undervalued, not across the board, but sort of like I look at Beatles cards like McCartney and Ringo Starr and all these other people, Mick Jagger and the guys in Led Zeppelin and Madonna and all these people, Bono, are going to be dying in the next like 10 to 15 years. You don't think there's going to be a spike in interest in their stuff? You can go out and get great, not that plentiful in great condition Beatles cards from the 60s. They're ungraded for like $10. Like that shouldn't happen.
I mean, that's where I don't know, right? Like the first part of your argument about non-sports having its day and hasn't used up what the other markets have, that I firmly believe in. Where that line in the sand is, I don't know. And
I don't either. This is my gut speculation, and I could be wrong. It's wishful thinking, probably.
Well, I mean, clearly, if you collect non-sports, you have to have that feeling in general, or you would, again, if you care about the value at all. But my issue, like part of the reason, we're taught, well, we can kind of continue this, but also morph into our, rookie talk. But like the reason that I kind of collect after 77 is I believe in iconic cards.
Me too.
And I don't know how many iconic cards there are going to be prior to 77. It not because there aren't great or rare or wonderful cards, but like that people would know them instantly. Like,
well, I think there's a wrinkle there, and this, I may be wrong about this. This is probably where we differ. I don't disagree with you. A card can be iconic for the card, right? Like your Luke Skywalker example or an 86 Fleer Jordan. It can also be a very appealing card of a timelessly iconic subject matter, like some of the Marilyn Monroe stuff, for example, or Beatles. So I think there's another potential dimension of that. Also, the supply of a lot of that stuff is so low that it doesn't take a lot of potential increase in demand to affect prices.
I agree with that from the perspective of it will funnel through those iconic cards. The 66 Batman, the 77 Skywalker, the
Superman #1 from 1940. And, yeah.
and even like the atom bomb, like garbage. Like there are some iconic cards, and like I think that yes, it can kind of go in a lot of different places, and you never know how the market is going to flow. But like the non-sports card market is harder for the average person to follow, right?
Absolutely. It's so, I mean, for reasons we'll discuss a little bit more when we do the redo on the rookie thing, it's challenging. Like I love that, even though it sometimes frustrates me, but non-sport collecting, unless you're just going to collect the most modern stuff that you can go on Cardboard Connection and find a checklist for, most of the rest of it, going back to the late 1870s, is really hard, because there's a lot of it's like the maps back in 1492 or whatever, where it's like the map only goes like halfway, because that's really the only distance that we know what's there. Like you got to be a little bit of an explorer to delve into some of these like non-sport rabbit holes, and you got to take some risks, and you have to enjoy that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The second part is like you have to enjoy it. And I just don't know how many people, like my experience is that I think less people enjoy that than you and I would think, right?
Maybe.
I mean, I've been producing content for non-sports for like a year and a half. And what I realized not so long ago is that a lot of the reason people would watch me, other than being incredibly handsome and entertaining, is that I was doing the work for them, right?
Yeah.
I was doing the legwork for them. And I had always hoped that like, hey, I would inspire people to do the legwork. And in truth, that's not what happened.
Yeah, and people, it is a bitter irony, right, of human civilization at this juncture, that we have all this goddamn information and people have never been lazier than they are now. I get what you're saying. Do I now believe that there's going to be this, hobby-wide, culture-wide explosion of people wanting to go collect a bunch of old non-sport cards? No. Do I think there can be enough of an increase in that over time to sustain or grow the value of some of the truly limited stuff that has some broader appeal? Yeah, I still believe that's possible. I don't think I'm ever going to get that last piece of my retirement income from this stuff, but I don't think it's just lighting money on fire if you're knowledgeable and selective.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm trying to be circumspect in a sense of, I often try to examine my own process, right? To say, hey, I had this theory and I went through it, and then I go, all right, things change, and maybe the theory was right at the time, or maybe I was wrong at the time. Like, because your thought about, hey, non-sports is a great place for people to migrate to. I think there's a lot of reasons why they enjoy it, but one of the downsides is that it's not as easy to follow. The other is, I mentioned iconic cards. Like, I don't know how many rare iconic cards there are, but maybe in sport, like in sports in the last 50 years, what are the iconic cards? Are the Gretzky, the Jordan, the Griffey,
the Trout. Maybe he's fallen off so much, but 3 years ago, people would have said 2011 Topps Update Trout.
I mean, but like you look at
none of those cards are rare, by the way, right? I mean, there's just a lot of demand for them.
Jordan is probably the rarest. It's not rare. Like, again, I don't know. I'll bring it up.
Peachy Gretzky might be actually probably, but
I think I've often compared the 77 Luke to the Gretzky, and I stick by that, which is that is
after the 52 Mantle, which actually isn't a crazy comparison.
Yeah, I did a show and I talked through it, and basically my thought was that the Gretzky is the closest comp because of time, availability,
time for sure. Yeah.
They look like, if you look at the number that are graded, but the Gretzky, I think there are like 10,000 of them, each of them graded, maybe more.
Is there that many O-Pgs? I mean, I guess with hockey, the O-Pg production in Canada would have been pretty high. That certainly isn't true in Star Wars. The O-Pg stuff is far less produced than the top stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's for sure. So I don't really know, but I like, I'm sure what I know of. Again, I was trying to look up the.
But your general point about iconic cards, yeah, there aren't a ton of them. There aren't.
But like, if you look at even the Griffey compared to the Jordan, right?
Uh-huh.
The Griffey is not rare.
No.
Whereas the Jordan, and the reasoning is that nobody collected basketball cards then.
Correct.
Like you couldn't give them away.
I don't know if you heard if you watched that part of my show with my interview with Ryan, but I talked about being in an LCS when I was a kid and watching a guy open like 8 boxes of 86 Fleer, and he was the only guy who wanted it. I didn't want it either. He gave me a Jordan sticker, but he didn't give me a card, and I didn't want it because basketball was like this just kind of kitschy oddity at the time, and it was basically viewed as coasters.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I liked it at the time. I was a weird kid who I didn't buy enough of it, but like, and I got it the second year. So I didn't get I had like probably 10 of Jordan's second year. But I looked up the grades. There are actually fewer tops graded than OPGs.
Really?
10,000 OPG and 9,000 tops. But it's a pretty. But my point there is that, like, when I look at things like Indiana Jones or even Empire, there's this kind of thing when you get past 1980, there was just a lot more cards. So I don't know, like, if anything's rare after 1980, we get into this world of things need to be not so rare that nobody can know about them or find them, and rare enough that they care.
Right. And grading adds a dimension to that, right? Because you can have grade scarcity, like maybe with the Griffey, where a card isn't scarce, but maybe it's hard in PSA 10.
Right. Like, I mean, the Indiana Jones is a good example of, like,
a 9 is very difficult. They're
I don't even think there are any 10s, right?
No,
so
I don't think so. 9, a few 9s. But one thing about that too, to buttress your point, is one thing that surprised me, and honestly, I bought that Luke finally after thinking it was overrated for so long, in part because people like you sort of wore me down and got me to look at it through a different lens, and that's cool. But then I decided to sell a bunch of other Star Wars cards I had, and in the process, I'm taking a bath on a lot of like 9s and 8s, because you know what? I vastly underestimated how much of like that Star Wars, vintage Star Wars, Empire, Indiana Jones stuff was in the PSA backlog pipeline and was still in pretty damn high grades. Like I'm shocked. When I bought my Indy number 2 PSA 8, like, I don't even want to admit to you what I paid for that, because at that time there was like 2 9s and there were like 15 8s. There's a lot of 8s out there. Like, I could buy an 8 for like 15% of what I paid for mine like a few years ago. And I did not expect that.
I'm showing off here a peachy.
Oh, yes. I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that was part of where I was going with this. I was getting there a little too slowly, which is I underestimated how much was still out there. There are certain things that, like, Indiana Jones was one of those that I actually felt like, hey, there are more out there, because I was able to buy wax at the time. Anytime you can buy wax for, a reasonable price, you're like, okay, there's probably more of this out there.
But the thing about that set in particular, why that still wouldn't have spooked me, is so many of those cards are garbage out of the packs. The centering is terrible. The print defects are marring on a lot of them. And so the borders are chipped, the color borders are chipped. So I would have still thought there can't be a lot of 8s and 9s out there. And there were.
I got I think a couple 6s off pack pulled indies. So
yeah.
You're right. I again, the Still a great card. Yeah, I will tell you that I probably paid more for my 7s than I did for my 8.
I paid for an 8 what a 9 would cost today.
Yeah, it's like you were talking about taking a bath on some of the Star Wars stuff. Is like that's one where I underestimated how much quality cards were still in people's collections.
Especially Series 1. I didn't think there was that much of that stuff still out there. And now a lot of those cards in like pretty nice 8s are no big deal.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the and there's part of me that I don't like the disillusionment with grading is that I do think that PSA was grading not quite the same way during their backlog as they are today, and that's not provable in a way that I want to spend the money to prove it.
Right.
And but certain things that I think we're getting 7s and 6s now are getting 8s, and that changes the marketplace. And the idea that a lot of people are buying these to flip or see them as ways to fund their collecting. And
right, and that's the fundamental problem in the market, right? And I'm not this. Look, I do it too. I flip certain stuff, and I know that was a huge part of what you were doing was looking for arbitrage opportunities. I don't begrudge anyone that, but I will say that a fundamental problem with the market and why it got so overheated by its card, and now we're all trying to think viable long term anymore is because too many people weren't collecting. They were just in it for the financial opportunism. And you need a collector base, a passionate collector base to put in that bottom and start pushing things back up.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, me personally was like, I was never, almost never a flipper. The only time I was buying to flip was, again, as where you're just doing your normal buying and you're like, well, that's a $50 card and I could buy it for 20. You're like, right. Why not? I'm here. I wasn't like going out of my way, but I do think so. One of the other things that I've noticed about myself, I mentioned earlier that I find myself enjoying looking for cards more than owning them. I also think I enjoyed the market, understanding the market dynamics as much as I did the collecting.
And that was fun, right? Because it's like surfing in great waves, like which I've never done and never will do. But it's like that was a fun market to ride if that's what you enjoyed.
Well, not even being like, okay, people are here today, right? They're over here today. They're going to be over there tomorrow. And you're like, oh, okay, this is fun. And like, you'd be like, okay, this is cheap. And it's not even about making the money. It's like, it's about, again, studying the market, trying to.
It's about being right? It's like there's a rush you get from like, yeah, I figured that out before other people did.
And it's problem solving. So to me, like I love puzzles, I love problems. And it was like, okay, people are going to be migrating somewhere else. Let me see if I can figure out where it is. Today, I don't feel that that's true anymore. I don't see that thing where you go, okay, there's something to figure out in a that's rewarding in the short term. So all these things.
I think the short term is the issue because I actually think that even though I'm not a huge Marvel fan, like I liked everything up through Endgame, like the main, like Avengers, Thanos cycle, and I really respect all that. I don't love Marvel as much as I love Star Wars or DC comic, Batman, and all that, but there are a ton of young people who Marvel was their Star Wars, who in 10 or 20 years, like I think you're on to something with those obscure early Marvel sets. It's just not going to happen quickly. It's going to take years.
I mean, we're 50 years old. I'm 50 years old. You're 52, right? Or
you're 53. Right? I just turned 53 a few weeks ago.
So like when I look at those, that's the other part where you get into this. And for younger people, I get it. I'm not really buying cards to be cashing out when I'm 65 years old. Like I'm just like
I kind of am, but that's what I'm thinking of. I mean, I'm thinking I get to collect until I'm about 65, and then my daughter, and assuming I live a normal lifespan, which who knows, but then my daughter and I are going to have a conversation. What do you want me to give to you now or when I'm gone? and the rest is I'm going to have to probably start leveraging out of it at that point. So I am thinking with that time horizon in mind, like 12 to 15 years is my time horizon, and that is guiding some of my decisions to purchase or not to purchase today.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the way I'm looking at purchasing today is I look at it like I don't know. I look at it closer to going to the casino, which is
It's not a bad analogy.
Taking $500 with me, and like maybe I come back with more. Most likely I come back with less, and I have to decide whether I'm going to enjoy the gambling. I mean, I don't rip, stuff, so it's not like that. But it's like I used to approach it more like this is something fun and intriguing and stimulating for me. That also I was building value. It's never really about the money because I could do other things to make more money. It was the idea that it was enjoyable and it also produced money. Nowadays,
it's a way to justify it to yourself and others, right? Like if you have to.
I guess, but I mean, I don't really worry about too much about justifying it to others. I think I just think it's about what I get joy out of, right? And
when I'm talking about others, I'm talking family. I'm not talking. I'm not talking other people. So.
Yeah. I'm just, I think Albert's cool with it, and I don't ask anybody for anything.
Albert's such a contrarian.
Yes. But yeah, so I mean, like, I think it's interesting because you seem more of a true collector than me.
I don't know. I will tell you that my vantage on it is maybe the parallel to what you're saying there is I've had a really stressful job for a really long time, and I've done some things to back off that and do some other things a little more to make my life less stressful. But I've always collected stuff since I was a kid. I've always been into culture and nostalgia and things like that. So I've always collected something. This gives me, I like cards. I don't like the hobby anymore. I don't like the social media dimension of the hobbyscape. I don't like all the false community rah-rah bullshit and everybody with a grift and all this like corporate dominance with everybody spewing all the time how much they care about the collecting community. I enjoy cards. That's why I do this. I don't enjoy people that much. I don't enjoy collectors necessarily that much. Certain people aside, like yourself, select people, and I'm not looking to be popular with anybody out there. I do this because I like cards, but I do still derive enjoyment from that. And when I can leave behind my job for a little bit and surf eBay and get that endorphin rush of finding something I want to buy, getting a mail day. I just got a bunch of stuff in the mail today, right as we started recording, that I'm excited to look at. And then, I take pictures and put it on Flickr, and I go back sometimes when I'm on a break from a stressful day at work, and I look at my collection on Flickr, and it brings me peace and enjoyment. The moment that is no longer true, I'm done with cards. They're getting sold.
Yeah,
I had an out of body rant experience.
No, but that's what I want to hear, right? Like that's what I want to hear, and I want other people to think about this because, like, I get a lot of shit for being Mr. Negative sometimes or whatever. It's like I just. You and I had a back and forth. I don't think we mentioned in this recording where it was like we had a conversation where you gave me a bit of a talking to, and which
I was probably out of line, but sometimes I get a little self-righteous.
Your heart was still in the right place, though, right?
It was. I agree, but I could have approached that differently. But
that's beside the point. But you said you were talking about something about, like, again, we can kind of move. We'll weave in our rookie talk, but you're just kind of talking about, like, with me making content, that by doing it, you have a responsibility to the community. And my response was,
which is weird for me to say, but
I mean, you're not wrong, but you're also not like, but then there's my point of view, which was, hey, I do this for fun. And if I have to start thinking about holding people's hand and making sure that they look both ways before they cross the street, I don't want to do it. Right. So, like, I have a choice to, like, have fun and do it, or to, do it a different way, and which I wouldn't. So,
and this is actually a great way to, like, lead into that, to, like, frame that discussion we're going to have, because as I told you, I think when we weren't recording, actually, I'm not like white knight community guy on the sports side. I think people need to do more to educate and protect themselves. And I don't want a bunch of fucking self-appointed hall monitors like being, hobby thought police every day. But on the non-sport side, I kind of feel differently because of some of these things we've touched on about it just being so hard for anyone, even people with a lot of experience, to know everything that's out there and exactly what you're buying. It's not like you can go to some easy online resources and quickly educate and protect yourself. So that's where I was coming from on that. Like when you say rookie, there's a lot of people that are going to assume something that they've grafted from sports cards that doesn't necessarily apply in an across the board universally agreed way in non-sport. And that's my only point about any of this stuff we're going to discuss. But that's where I was coming from in what I said to you, which I know you understand. I'm trying to describe it for your audience.
Yeah, listen, I get it. And like, I think that non-sports cards, which you and I both collect majorly, is part of the, I would say the reason that both of us were attracted to it is there was no roadmap. There was no, hey, you need to get the 86 Fleer Jordan, you need to get the 89 green, oh, you're a Cubs fan, go get these cards, right? There's no path. And I think
you're writing the map off of the known map in a lot of respects.
Right. And part of the reason the term rookie was thrown around much, especially earlier than later, was like, how do we take the blueprint that we have for what we already collect and apply it to something that we're learning to collect? And yeah, the world of non-sports is full of nuance, and certain areas have more nuance than others. Like music has far more nuance. You mentioned, I think, older Hollywood cards has more nuance than say post 77 stuff. So it's
right, because then you don't even know what is a card really, right? Like that can be in the eye of the beholder.
So we, earlier we'll try to zip through this because it's hard to reenact what we talked about. We'll go into greater detail. It's why I held this to the end. It was like, now we could catch our breath, be fresher on this. So my definition to me of how I was looking at a rookie card, for the most part, there are no universal truths. We'll start with that. Was a pack pulled card from North America. And that's just what I made up. That doesn't mean like there's a book out there that says this is what a rookie card is. It's pretty close to kind of like if you look at what sports cards are valued at, that's kind of what they did. I have on screen now some Taylor Swift cards, which kind of go against that. So why don't you talk a little bit about how your opinion on rookie cards or differs from, that model that I came up with?
Sure. And there's actually a great example with, can you go to the Madonna stuff instead first in my music collection? Go
okay.
Up to like page 2 maybe of that Flickr folder, because maybe this is a more basic example, and then we can go to the Taylor thing as a build on point. Okay, right there. Those first two rows of Madonna cards, go up one there. Okay, right there. All right. So if everybody's seeing this the way I am, there's a Madonna card in the upper right of the screen, right next to a black and white card of Loretta Lynn. All right, go to the next card in the sequence for a second. This card is what the market largely considers her rookie card to be. Now, in the music sphere, and one of the reasons why I even bristle at pack pulled, trading card is in certain spheres like music and ancient entertainment and things like that, like 40s, 50s, 60s, even earlier, 70s, even before, some of the like sets like Star Wars. A lot of what are cards are really stickers of some kind. They may look and feel like cards. They may have printed backs, but they were intended by the companies that produced them to be glued sometimes manually into albums. If you've ever heard people talk about like the Panini soccer stickers,
I'm going to interrupt for a second because this is the nuance that Chad was like pushing me to explain to people. and it's like, and I agree with you, but people are like,
I know, but
oh, what? You
I
gotta
can
put
put
it
this out there. What people do with it, my basic vantage.
I didn't mean to, but like, I guess I'm being a dick because I'm like, I know because I own some of these that they were meant to be stickers, and
Right.
but like that's all right. I interrupted. I
Well,
just meant
but the major problem with the trading card, pack pulled trading card thing is like that does work for a lot of more modern entertainment sets that Topps puts out, but it doesn't work for vintage music. It doesn't work for vintage, Hollywood and a lot of TV and a lot of historical figures. Because if you say for something to be recognized as a card or a rookie card, it had to have been a pack pulled traditional trading card, then most of the most famous people in cultural history have no cards. And you can then have aberrational situations where maybe a card of John Wayne made in the late 90s by Donruss or something is his first actual trading card by that definition, even though it's really 17 years or whatever after he died. And even though he has all this stuff from the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, which is nonsensical. So if you go back to the Madonna stuff real quick, and I'm really just trying to inform people, like, if you're going to buy non-sport rookie cards or things called rookie cards, you got to just understand the inherent risks. Not everybody knows, not everybody agrees what's really a card for those definitional purposes. There could be stuff from all over the world. The market may believe one thing or something else that's you need to be aware of and reconcile them for yourself in terms of how you spend your money. That's my essential point. To use a couple of specific examples. So we looked at that one 1985 Panini Smash Hits Madonna sticker that most people will label as her rookie. If you go to the right for a moment, the right, not the left, that is also a Panini sticker from 1985, which is much rarer than the one we just showed. So, okay, why is one Panini sticker from 1985 a rookie and the other isn't? Both, I mean, maybe a little bit different modes of distribution, but we won't get into that arcane thing. Now go back to the left. That, to the extent the market and the experts in music cards, to the extent they currently know, that is actually Madonna's first card. However, it was released by a grocery store chain in Australia in 1984. And it is crazy, stupid rare. I can't even believe a dealer friend of mine found one for me from this longtime collector in Australia. Most people will never, ever see that for sale. If I collect for another 15 years, I bet I don't see more than one or two of those for sale ever again. So that goes to your point about in formulating like a rookie or most important early card or first appearance definition. That's one of many factors you have to take into account and resolve is there a point at which what is truly first is just too rare that nobody can hardly get it? And so you have to say something more accessible as a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, Chad had put together this he had written an article for a website that it never went on, that he got into very great detail about the nuance of rookie cards. And I think we come at it from different perspectives because of what we collect, right? I think when at some point you said to me, what you're talking about is TV and movies 1977 and after. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's kind of accurate. I mean, it does cover a lot of ground in the non-sports world, but you're right. Like I bought I forget who it was, like a Burt Reynolds. I wanted Burt Reynolds' first card. And like I ended up I got hoodwinked into buying some like 90s Don Ross Gunsmoke card that I thought was an original Gunsmoke card. And it was like, it wasn't. So
and his real first card is probably some little gum card from the Netherlands from the late 60s or early 70s, right? I mean, that's the exact type of example I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I think it matters and it's hard when I talked about rookies. my definition, the pack pulled. So like, it's not hard and fast. Like I have, but it's what I called a term of convenience. And I do think that it's abused by either people who have ill will of trying to, dupe people into buying something that's not a rookie, or legitimately they just don't know and they think it.
And it's both. And it's different people do know better, and they're just assuming most people don't, so they're not going to get called on it. Others are just repeating what they were told. But I am not overstating this risk at all for those of you who are interested in exploring some of these things and want to focus on earlier first cards. There are a lot of sellers on eBay who will just call any non-sport card a rookie because they don't know, or they think nobody knows, or just everything gets called a rookie. Even if, you'll see stuff of Kurt Cobain from 2011 called rookie. No, his first stuff is at least from 1992, and people don't know, or they do know. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to address.
No, and I think music is like you brought up. Listen, old Hollywood, it's just a different world, and like I think the number of people that are going to collect that, I'm not so sure. Doesn't mean it's not a lot. It just means that like it's smaller than are going to collect Star Wars or probably even music. Like I think there's more people that'll just gravitate just because.
Would actually say at present, old Hollywood is more collected than music, but I get your fundamental point.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, you would know better than me. And that's where I get it wrong. It's like in my mind, I think there are more people of a certain age who are like, hey, I want to buy a Snoop Dogg card, right? Mm-hmm. There are less people who are like, I want a John Wayne card. But I don't.
That's true for sure.
So I would see one growing more than the other, or at least how about one is more of a place of speculation, which is probably a big part of this. Is like, hey, I think music cards are going to grow in value. I want to speculate. I want to go get a 50-cent rookie card, which I wonder if it.
But again, by your definition, there aren't any, right? There is no Snoop Dogg rookie, or maybe there is from the 2000s. But his real first thing is a 1995 Panini Smash Hits, as far as I know. But it's a sticker. So by your definition, it's a pack pulled sticker from Italy, but it's a sticker. So that's my point about we got to agree on what is a card.
Right. Well, that's why I'm bringing it up to the idea of like that music is probably more. I want to say more important to educate people that it's complicated than old Hollywood. Old Hollywood's just too broad, maybe not the audience. Again, I'm just
old Hollywood is a lot of tobacco cards that is more analogous to old baseball cards or their game cards.
Yeah, but to add to my definition, right? Like, and my definition is again a term of convenience for me to use when I'm making content, and also for me internally to be like, this is what to just guide my collecting. I would say that like it doesn't mean if that doesn't exist, there are no rookie cards. It's like that's where you start, right? Is there a pack pulled North American card? Again, it's not hard and fast. It's like around the time it should be, right? Like if there had been a Pro Stars card from Madonna in 1986, I might consider that her rookie card. But her first card in the United States is like 5 years later. So it doesn't really make sense. So like that's not a real rule though. It's like who decides how many years have to go by before it goes in. But like to me, it's like you start how I look at it, not you. Start with the pack pulled North America, and then I go, okay, how about pack pulled outside the United States? And then I go, okay, what if there's none of that? Then where do we go?
Yeah, and that's all fine. My main point to you in when I gave you the talking to, as you characterize it, which isn't unfair, was just look, like I know you don't have a huge audience. You do this for yourself. I get it. I'd feel the same way. But you do have like several hundred people that subscribe to your channel. And I do think you have more influence on some of those people and how they look at the non-sport market and what they choose to collect than maybe you'd like to have or you'd like to admit. So just provide some indication of that nuance that you just laid out. Merely saying rookie then encourages people, in my view, to assume that people are going to assume it means the same thing as it does in the sports realm. And it's just not that simple. That was my only point.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a fair point. It's as from an entertainment perspective, it's hard because you listen to what I do from time to time. When anytime I do that, I reference you because I'm like, hey, Darth Bryzzo would want me to tell you that this.
I know, and there's always like, my dad made me do this, and I really don't want to. There's always that tone to it. I'm joking, not joking. It's cool. I'm just.
Well, it's a little bit of like this is not financial advice. It's like listen, guys.
There you go.
I'm not the end all be all.
I think that this is not financial advice thing is what I was going for at a bare minimum. I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah, it's a disclaimer. It's like, but so like, here's an example of a card. Like here is. I think you and I discussed this specific card before.
I hate that card. I owned it and gave it away because it's like a postage stamp.
Yeah, it's a Tom Hanks, but like this is Tom Hanks's rookie card. Like this.
As far as I know, that is his earliest card. I hate it. So I get if somebody wanted to get something a little later, and because that is not an attractive card, whether holdered or not.
I mean, there are really no Tom Hanks. It's like a weird thing of like you're like. I know you own some Tom Cruise cards, and it's like, or they're stickers, and they're from around the world. Like
they're stickers that are made of really thick cardboard that feel like half-size cards. It's weird.
Yeah, I will tell you, some of those cards are like some of those stickers are so thick they might as well be cards.
They are cards. They're essentially small, like gum or tobacco cards.
I would actually say that my number one, like if I go from number one is like that, card pulled from a pack. I prefer that. But number two would be a sticker pulled from a pack. The idea of it being pulled from a pack, I prefer not to get things that were in like the SI for Kids type stuff because it just doesn't feel like you just don't know how many sheets were sitting in the back of you know what I mean? Like there could be a box of those things just sitting somewhere. I guess that's true of anything, but
it is true. It's true of the packs of stickers and cards too. But no, I get your essential point. Like I don't mind the magazine issued stuff as much because it provides earlier stuff of a lot of people. I want to have stuff to collect, but I get if other people want to say I'm not going to count that stuff because it just doesn't appeal to me that much.
Yeah,
but you should be aware it's out there because some people will get that stuff slabbed, that more esoteric stuff, and it'll say this is from several years earlier than everything else that's being advertised as a rookie, and that can impact the market if enough people get attracted to that oddball stuff. Like I guarantee you that if that Madonna from Australia surfaced on the market today, even though a lot of people don't collect her and collect that stuff, that would go for well over $1,000 raw, if not more, because there's a handful of people really looking for it.
I mean, that's the definition of more like, because I've had a few run-ins with that before where it's like, hey, there are me and a few of my friends who want a card, and we end up bidding against each other. And our question to each other is like, well, what if we couldn't bid? What would it go for? The answer is nothing. We're the market. And that sometimes that's okay. Like that doesn't mean something's not valuable. What an auction requires is a seller and two buyers. That's it. So all you really need is 3 people to make a card worth $1 million.
Well, and in that specific example, I wouldn't even have to bid for that card to exceed $1,000 because I know a couple other they're not friends of mine. They're actually people I don't like that much, but I know some other Madonna collectors that I think are frankly kind of pissed that I have that.
More my point is just that like for a card to be expensive, it doesn't take a huge market. It doesn't. If
it's truly scarce, that's right.
It doesn't even. If rarity is number one, because obviously, if it's not rare, then those two market participants could both buy one, right? Like it's the idea that there's only one for sale, and there are 2 people that want it that have means. The card can go for whatever it goes for, right? Like,
and where you really start to see that is on like auction number 3, right? Once those 2 initial buyers. It's going to be a drop off to the second auction, but there's going to be a plummeting drop off to the third auction if you only had 2 people interested.
Right. But it may not come up. Like that's like, again, having been through this, which is like, yeah, but that's also how cards become valuable, right? Like it starts with a small group of people who want it and are willing to overpay for it. And then other people go, why are you willing to overpay for this? Maybe I should want this. And
that happened with a bunch of that Pele stuff. That's like these early non-sport stuff, some of these early, like late 50s, early 60s, like Pele stickers from Europe and stuff. Like some of those started going bonkers during the pandemic. And now those are like sought after by a lot of soccer collectors.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I often talk about that. I think things that are often become valuable are items that you could have had, not items that you could have.
You made, actually.
I mean, obviously, you're talking about something like a rare Madonna where, it was Australia, it was never going to go through your fingers. But like, hey, like Mike Tyson's Punch Out in its original thing. I'm like, I had one. It was in my hand. I could have bought two. I could have put one in my, like, there's just an element of like, if you could have had it, or that it somehow becomes more collectible. Like it was attainable. I think
that's certainly true of something like the 86 Fleer Jordan, where you have millions of people out there like us who are like, yeah, as a kid, or like me at least, that as a kid, I was collecting avidly at that time, and I only cared about baseball. And I saw this one weird dude open a bunch of that basketball, and I didn't care. And I could have had it if I would have only known then what I know now.
I remember at the time, I had a family friend, really good guy, and his son was collecting, and he said, listen, I want to put some money in for my son. What do I buy? I said, buy basketball. And I remember having the conversation with him a few years ago, and I was like, if you had bought basketball, this is what it'd be worth. And then we talked, and I go, yeah, but if you had bought any computer stock at the same time, you would have done better. Like, that's the thing of like,
yeah. Although the traditional investments, I mean, they're certainly of primary importance, especially when for real life stuff. But they're just not fun. They're not fun in the same way.
Right. But it's like, that's why when people want to talk about like how much money you could have made, it's like I'm not saying that you can't make money in money's like, but the idea is that you're making money in a fun way, right? Like if your only goal is money, then you probably should do something else.
Let me share it, because this is more of a confessional type element. But I think lurking in this little vignette example I'm going to give is it says a lot, I think, but I'm interested in your objective view about just how complicated collecting and investing and everything motivations can be for people in a hobby like this. So when I was building my Giannis collection, I bought his rookie green team colored prism in a PSA 10 for like $1,500 in early 2019. Very emotionally attached to the card, even when I started selling off a lot of my Giannis's during the pandemic because they just got so high. I just was really attached to that card still emotionally. That went for auction once, which was an aberrational auction during the pandemic, for $45,000. During much of even the cool off of the pandemic high, it was still worth like 15 to 25. I'm still sitting on it, and I'm finally open to selling it, and it would struggle to probably get $6,500 today. And even though that would be like a 4.5x win, it feels like a massive loss. But I didn't sell it earlier because I didn't have a purely financial agenda.
I don't know. That's what I said earlier is things are many things at the same time. People want it to be very clean, where like you could have made money. Oh, you don't care about it. You don't care about the financial interest, so you don't care. I'm like, we're complicated beings. It's both, right? Like,
absolutely.
I mean, I don't really talk too much about like my involvement in crypto. I was involved in crypto for a while, and I traded it during the pandemic. And people talk to me about it. They on two sides of it. Like, went to nothing. Oh, it went to the moon. And like, I like to tell people, and describe my experience is like you walk into a casino with $1,000, you run it up to 100,000, but you lose 80 of it.
Right.
Are you happy?
No.
You know, you had 1,000 and you turn it to 20. No, you're not happy because you had 100.
It's a great analogy, and it describes every time, except for lower numbers. Like when I try to play blackjack, I immediately start winning a bunch, and then the dealer changes, and I don't leave, and I lose it all back, and then I feel terrible.
But even if you walk out with a profit, it's like if
Right.
you don't walk out with most of what you had, like if somebody could have told you, "Hey, you're going to go to the casino tonight with $1,000, you're going to come back with 20,000," you're like, "Sign me up." But you're like,
but it feels like an L, right?
Yeah, it feels like an L. And like I think with cards, like that's a very much we talked about earlier, the market where it's like, hey, I have some cards that I won't sell at the current prices because I think they're too low. And I'm like, well, I would still make a profit or whatever. And like I'm emotionally invested. We talked about being right. And I think that I think with cards, because we talked about this is not just purely about money. I think that's a big part of the market right now. So there are a lot of people that don't need to sell, and they're not selling not because they don't think it makes sense or they're attached to the card, but there's some mixture of I could have sold it for more. Maybe it'll go back up, and I don't need the money. Fuck people. I'm not going to sell it to them at this price. Like.
But you are seeing more capitulation. That goes back to you saying there are cards coming onto the market now that you haven't seen in a long time. Whether people need the money or they're just like, I'm so disgusted by this, I'm just getting out, or I'm so disgusted by what I could have had and now I can't, that I'm getting out. There are forces at play on the supply side of the market that are different, very different than what we saw 2 or 3 years ago.
For sure. And I think that they come in different, like everything. We talk about nuance, right? Like that's the point. This is all nuance. Like I think there are people out there, like I see these big non-sports card collectors. Like I don't even know if they're collectors or they're shops. And like, they had tons of stuff that people were buying, sets of this, sets of that. And now they're being forced to put out the good stuff because the other stuff isn't selling anymore. And I'm like,
that's another good point, right? Like people aren't buying the commodity stuff anymore. So if you want revenue, you got to dig deeper into the pile.
Yeah, I think there are, so that, I'm seeing that. I think there are people that are just, got in over their skis on cards and need the money. And like, I know I've put up for sale some cards, not at prices I expect them to sell, but cards that I wouldn't have listed before. That to me was more of the, these are entirely grade-based semi-modern cards.
Yeah, your Han 58 example is the perfect example of that.
Yeah, but more of like a Tony Soprano, like we can get into that. My Tony Soprano Inkworks PSA 10. You have a promo, I have that's definitely one where I disagree with your definition, but it's not wildly wrong. But I put that up for sale for $1,000 because I'm like, all right, I can get another one. Right, like I'll figure out. Like I just believe the way the market's going to move that like you can buy them and there will be more 10s. But that's a good. Go ahead. I don't want to.
No, I was going to say, and just on the human beings are complex and things aren't just one thing. I mean, even in that Giannis example I gave, it was multiple things, right? Like why I didn't sell earlier. There was a greed component because I thought it would go higher. Or it would go back up. There was a misestimation component that, hey, I'm a fan. I think he can win again. And if so, that's going to go back up. There was a part of it that was this juices my level of interest in watching him play because I have this very notable card of his. There was also an element of that might be the best card in my collection from the standpoint of the external world. And even though I'm always, telling myself and other people I give a fuck what other people think, there's still an element like if you have a card that a lot of people are like they wish they had that card, like who doesn't feel good about that? So that was all like wrapped up and I just like him as a player, and I like the fact that I bought into that at not the ground level, but not close to the penthouse. And that was all tied up in why I made the decisions I did.
I agree and appreciate. Well, I can appreciate everything you just said, and I think your ability to be in touch with those emotions is part of the reason that you're not the average collector. So when you talk about things you want the average collector to know, that's not how they think. And I wish they did too, but they don't, right? Like people are like, oh, it's great. The economy sucks. Cards are going to come back. I'm like, man, that's not how this works.
I mean, I agree with that, though. One of the reasons why I mean, I don't like to do a lot of these shows, and I'm not trying to become any level of even bottom feeding hobby celebrity or voice of anything. But one of the reasons why I wanted to do a couple of these and talk through these issues with intelligent, thoughtful people is I want this out there, because honestly, when I was starting to go down some of these like non-sport rabbit holes, like there wasn't a lot of information. I got really, really lucky that early on I stumbled on to a dealer who I could totally trust, who has decades of experience, and a couple of other really experienced collectors who really, really shortened my learning curve by years and probably saved me thousands of dollars. But I would like a couple of these shows out there that if people are poking around for this information a few years from now, there's at least something for them to use as a starting point.
I understand. As you know, I've decided to take all my content down because I just don't risk reward or whatever. Like there's no person we've been through. It's like this isn't our lives, and like it's exposure on some level of things, and so I appreciate that, but that's the community white knighting, and
Yeah.
And my feeling there is that like I don't.
It's not purely white knighting, though. There is that element. There's also, though, I just want to acknowledge there's a subterranean selfish motive too, that, you know, I want more people to collect non-sport cards because I want people, I guess, to enjoy what I enjoy, but I also want my cards to be worth something, right? And to the extent people come in and get fleeced and just leave immediately, that does me no long-term good either.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, listen, there's no problem with, like, my opinion has always, like, I have a thing that I say when I make contests: don't buy cards from me, don't sell cards to me. I do that for multiple reasons. One is I usually do well. And two, like, I don't want any conflict of interest. Like, I don't want people to think I want them to, but I also talk about cards that I bought and I explain why I bought them, right? Like, and there's a saying, get long, get loud, right? So like, if you decide to buy something, there's nothing wrong with going, hey, here's why I think it's worth money. It's not disingenuous.
I think that's fair. I do think that's fair, although you have realized, right, in the course of doing your show, that like influence effect can be a real thing, right? Like even if you're not doing it nefariously, you're not trying to do it pump and up, you see people buying more of what you're highlighting as something that you think is cool.
Yeah, I see it more from that side, which is like, I see in actuality what it has done is hurt the market for me, because I'm not trying to sell those cards to people.
Right.
I'm actually trying to buy them. And what I've done is just alert more people to the cards that I think have value. And so almost never has it been a benefit to me.
No, I get that, and that's a fair clarification. And I didn't mean to insinuate to the contrary. My point was more like you do have influence whether you want to or not.
The non-sports card community, we were talking about before, like, 5 people can make a market. And if there are 500 to 1,000 people who watch my shows, that's a lot of a non-sports card market. Like, you're right. It can, and I have seen the influence, and I didn't understand it. No, it doesn't really change my point of view, because I always take it from the idea of I want to be an honorable and upfront, authentic person. So like, whether it was one person watching, because I did a lot of content when nobody was watching, and it was the same methodology. But for a second, I just want to show these 2 cards off, because these are the Tony Soprano cards.
Yeah.
So this is the 2001 HBO Sopranos promo card. What can you tell me like how this was issued?
I don't know. I own one in a 9. I believe there are only 3 or 4 9s, and I think all the ones I don't own are currently on eBay. I don't know a lot about it. I don't know if that was like a lot of promo cards in my experience, at least with some films from like the 90s, 2000 time frame. And maybe this is also true of some TV cards like that, may have been connected to home video releases. And so I'm not sure if that was something that was put into like a DVD or a Blu-ray of like an early season of The Sopranos, announcing, hey, the new season is coming to HBO because you've bought this season 1 or 2, home video thing. I don't know. Could have been something like that. Could have been something that cable providers were given to hand out to people. I don't know. They seem to be fairly scarce, though. There are not more than a handful that have been graded.
Yeah, I never knew about it before you mentioned it. This weird thing here, this V10, just a weird thing to be on a card. Like, I almost wonder if there's, I would say serial number, but
it may have been given to like wholesalers or something in some way. I don't know. It is strange.
The part where it says complete your set with HBO, that's the part that I don't necessarily know. Again, cool card, right? Like, it's not like a, hey, it's a cool card, right? Like,
it's cool. I like the fact that it has the gun and the March logo. It's also the very same picture from his official card a few years later.
So this has got to be some sort of HBO promo.
It definitely is an HBO.
What I meant by like that is that no, I don't think it was home video. It might be, but like the idea to me is like the March thing I completely missed. It's like the idea that there's probably 12 of these and there's one for each month, and the Sopranos were coming out in March, right? So they probably
and that may have been a set that they gave out to like some sort of like wholesale entities or something that as a promo to here's what we have coming out in the
You remember when you used to get your cable bill and it would have like this month on Showtime is this? Like
the thing that's weird though is there's another Sopranos card in that set that also appears in the PSA registry. So that it doesn't have like any sort of month on it. And so I'm not sure what that does or doesn't mean.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm seeing if I can.
But the more conceptual philosophical point this raises is promo cards. Are those rookies? Are they XRCs? Are they minor league things and grafted onto non-sport? Like, how do we treat that card that is 4 years earlier from what most people think is his quote unquote rookie?
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, right? Like, this is one where I lean towards. This is such a weird thing because I lean towards obviously I own this card. I own it in the 10. It's pack pulled, blah, blah. It's all the stuff, but like it's 4 years, right? Like that's the one where I'm like, and
I own both. I think I have that one in a 10 or a 9. I have the other one in a 9. I have both. If somebody said your gun to my head thing, which you got to sell one, which you going to sell? I'm going to sell the pack pulled one because it's just so replaceable.
Yeah. I mean, it's like what I just said, like why I listed it for sale. I was like, I'll find another one. I'm not, but I have I that one that just sold for $249. I'm not selling mine for $249. So like at $249, I'm not selling it. I have it listed for $1,000. If somebody wants to, they have sold for like $700. Someone wants to buy it for $500, $600, $700. I'll sell it. If not, it'll stay in my collection, right? Like there's when we're talking about, I was trying to see if I could find the Sopranos.
The other one, it's HBO. Not an appealing card. I can't remember exactly, but I saw one and I could have bought a raw one. And I was like, that just doesn't interest me.
Join the family sweepstakes.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's beginning to make me feel like it was something that they sent out, some cable company sent out. They sent it out like that. So I just remember getting all those flyers. You get all this like marketing material in your cable bill, and I'll be like, it just makes sense. That
and it could have been that way. I said home video is, you and I had a little bit of exchange about that home video looking first Matrix movie card that I recently bought on ComC from 2000. There's also a very widely recognized card for Field of Dreams from 1990 that was like a universal home video promo that has like the, kind of like the movie poster image of Kevin Costner on the front. And, there are quite a few of those even graded by the grading company. So there were instances where movies like that did not have card sets per se had some sort of promo card that was associated with their impending home video release.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a certain time, like during the trading card boom, like is around like when Field of Dreams was released, and it was a baseball movie, so it makes sense. Like,
and I don't know if that was packed in with like VHSs or if it was like a point of sale thing, like, hey, you buy this Field of Dreams on home video from our store, and then we give you this promo card, at purchase. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you and I went, and I've done a little bit of this happened like on one show I did where I was mentioning that like there are a lot of modern fake promo cards.
There are. I saw your episode about that. I had bought some of those Rogue Ones myself, so I know exactly what you're talking about. They're cool, but
again, that they're ACEs or whatever. They're just artist cards. Like
those are, but there are legitimate, certainly older promo cards.
The weird part about that person who sells them, they have some legitimate promo cards. Like that's I feel like
they're using, if they are making them, they're using copyrights and stuff, which they should get smacked down. But
there are some serious problems with people making their own cards.
I'm amazed at some like the Taylor Swift like AI porn stuff that's on eBay. I'm amazed at the stuff that doesn't get shut down these days, and it's only going to proliferate, right, with AI.
Like at least when it comes to like some sort of art type thing, there's at least there's the Spencer fair use case with Andre the Giant, where like if you you have to modify it by X%, which is weird. But like, hey, if you're taking a poster from Rogue One and making a card out of it, there's no
and you're putting Lucasfilm and Disney logos on it. Yeah.
There's no I'm an artist and I'm doing art. Like there's no
Edward Vila can probably get by with the stuff he's selling on eBay, right? Like, but yeah, if you're just basically like using people's trademarks and copyrights, you could end up owing a lot of money someday. And you're messing with companies in Disney and Lucasfilm that don't fuck around with that stuff. Like, I'm really surprised that's still going on.
I think, again, it's eBay, right? It's not going to happen on Amazon. It's not going to happen on some other thing. eBay is an interesting platform where they do that. Like some of the
stuff eBay does shut down, when you compare it to that, it's like, I think your priorities may be a little skewed here.
Well, the key on some of that stuff is like, if you're selling it as secondary market, is different than if you're selling it new, right? Like if that guy's like, hey, I just bought these at a at a flea market.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I've always been interested in intellectual property law, and even in law school did some self-studying of the sort of the intersection of the First Amendment and trademark law. So I like those issues a lot. I don't know that the fair use doctrine or something like that, I don't know if it would extend. To me, that's like trying to resell stolen property that you claim you didn't know was stolen. You still can't sell stolen property once you know it's stolen.
But if you'd have to prove that they knew it was stolen, right? Like,
right. But I'm just saying, even if you didn't, and we don't have to get into that, if you know now that it's not legitimately licensed, you shouldn't be able to keep selling it, even if you bought it innocently. That's my view. I may be wrong.
Agreed. Right. Like, ignorance is not a defense. But in this instance, like, a reasonable, if again, I don't know why we're going down this rabbit hole.
By the way, you're going to show these things, and I just want to say as a disclaimer, because I have to, I don't know if these are legitimate or not. I have the same suspicions that you do, but I do not want to disparage this person who's I don't know.
I don't know either for a fact. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence in a sense that I know people who have bought a bunch from them and then asked and then were refunded instead of like,
that doesn't give you a confident feeling. I will acknowledge that.
So, and that there are more, these are all new. There's like more and more of them coming out. So, and by the way, I will tell some people another thing. These things might be worth a bunch of money one day. Like
they're really well done.
Yeah, nobody knows. Anybody who tells you they know, especially about new stuff, the market has not decided. Listen, the 77 Luke Skywalker, the market has decided. It may decide it's worth less in the future or more, but it's decided it's important. When it comes to stuff from the last 10 years, nobody knows, right?
Well, and those lines are getting blurred, right? Like to your point that you can't predict it, because there are people all over Instagram who advocate for buying, art cards and custom cards because they're works of art. They're not just mass produced, and that may catch on even more. And there may be a huge market for fan made or artist made cards in the future.
I have one card. Like, I'm not a big sketch card guy, but I bought a LeBron sketch from 2008, and when Topps lost basketball. So it's not like pretty much the only Topps. There are only like one set ever of LeBron sketches, and there were like 8 1-of-1s. And I'm like, I don't know what this. I know what the market value is at, like maybe somewhere between 500 and 5,000. I'm like, I'm not selling this card. That's the high ceiling, low floor type of card that you want to own. Like, those are the type of cards. Like, if you want, that's another fun topic for people to think about. It's like, all right, if you had to keep, I'm going to say this to you, you had to keep 10 cards or 5 or 10 cards, value, not they mean something to you emotionally, of your collection. And you're like, okay, I had to clear everything else, everything that's not super emotional. All the super emotional stuff I kept, and the stuff that I am trying to, achieve value on, some more value than emotional, because everything has emotion. What 5 to 10 cards would you keep of your collection?
I would definitely keep my 7.5 of Walt Disney's believed first card with Mickey from 1931, because while that's a ubiquitous card, it is not rare in and of itself. It is rare in that grade or higher. And I don't know that I would ever be able to afford a nicer one or an equivalent one in the future. I think I would actually, even though I still believe in some ways the Luke #1 is overrated, I would probably keep my O-Pee-Chee Luke. It's the first Disney card in the
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is like that's the one that I referred to in that interview with Ryan about as the Gaudy Ruth of non-sports cards. Right, trying to,
for whatever reason, it doesn't want to load right now.
Yeah, so I think that O-Pee-Chee Luke #1, for a similar reason, that just in O-Pee-Chee, like the grade scarcity of that or higher, I would feel good about the long-term prospects of that. I think that Madonna card from 1984 Australia is not something I would part with frivolously. Boy, some of the Wizard of Oz stuff, we haven't even shown that, from 1940. Some of that stuff is really near and dear. I find sometimes if you refresh, like, it'll make Flickr load better.
Tell me you're old without telling me you're old by going through the page.
But see, to me, like, I'm into Wizard of Oz for the same reason I love the original Star Wars. Like, to me, those are the two most enduringly, iconically significant films ever released.
I mean, I'm just not I appreciate the Wizard of Oz. I like it, but not on the, I wouldn't put them on the same.
Yeah, and I would die on the hill saying if you have to pick between the two, which is the most enduringly significant, it's actually Wizard of Oz. And I have no doubt that if you try to adjust for like home video releases and television airings throughout time, The Wizard of Oz is the most watched global film of any film ever. And it isn't even close. Star Wars might be 2 or 3.
By people that are alive.
No, just throughout time.
That's a different thing, right?
But you also got to think, just as Star Wars is coming up on its 50th anniversary in a few years, Wizard of Oz is only like 15 years away from 100. So Snow White, so you got to.
Again, I'm not. Listen, I am disagreeing with you based on opinion, not on fact. You know what I mean?
I will say, I think you're a little bit of an outlier because even people who are much younger than us, you're actually the first one who's ever seen those Wizard of Oz cards and sort of poo-pooed them. Most people are like, "Oh my God, I cannot believe that exists. I want that."
I did not poo-poo the cards. You, at the same time, you said this is this and Star Wars are the most equally culturally significant movies, and that's where I'm like, all right, I'm not looking at the cards anymore. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm like, I don't agree.
We'll agree to disagree on that one. I'll die on that hill.
I just don't know. Like it's just a complicated. It's an opinion, right? Like it's not. That's why I was saying.
But I do think both of those films will naturally diminish in significance over time because. The original trilogy doesn't mean as much to current people, and Wizard of Oz, like people are still probably being shown it in early childhood, but unlike when we grew up, it isn't like broadcast every year. It isn't a cultural focus point.
I mean, the viewing habit, the nature of viewing films changed wildly in our lifetime, right? Like from when you were a kid, I forget, they used to play The Wizard of Oz like kind of the same time every year.
It was like
Oh wait, you froze up.
Am I back?
You're back.
It was like April of every year, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was back then there was a time where there was no home video, and then there was a time where home video was expensive. You didn't own them; you could only rent them. And then you got to a time where you could actually own them. So like the way things are shown, that's why Star Wars is kind of so important. And I'm not making it is like it was the at the dawn of the blockbuster, but then also rolled into like the age of the change in the way we view movies over and over again.
Oh, and Lucas and through Star Wars and beyond, he certainly had. I mean, I personally think here's another one you can object to. I personally think that the single most important pop culture figure, the single most significant pop culture figure in the history of the world in the mass media age is Walt Disney. I still, to this day, I think number 2 on that list is George Lucas. I think he's the only person who today can be compared to Walt Disney.
I am an enormous Walt Disney fan. I'm an enormous Walt Disney fan he has some political views I don't agree with.
Sure.
But as far as an innovator and the way that how entertainment is ingrained in our lives now, yes, it's not close.
And the number of different aspects of entertainment. But Lucas has had that same effect on filmmaking and television even.
It's not I mean, Lucas told a great story that it's different.
But he impacted like the way movies are made as well in a significant way.
That part I agree with. And I will say, if you said Star Wars, I would agree with it. George Lucas, probably, and even Walt Disney is, again, this is a complicated topic, which is we look at Walt Disney as Disney, and we look at George Lucas as Star Wars. And there are a lot of people.
Well, and Indy, I think even though they've diminished, and that's the problem with Star Wars and Indy, is that Disney is ruining it for some people. Not me, but
even the innovation, like the toys, like there were really no action figures before
not for movies.
Yeah, and merchandising and a lot of stuff. And the same thing is true with Disney, which is like he built Disneyland and Disney World, kind of. Right, his brother was a huge part of that's my point of like yes and no, right? Because I'm a huge Disney fan, but he's one of my heroes, but he's my hero through the lens of what Disney accomplished in the from
as a company, but but he gets the credit for that, right?
And for the most part, it was him and his brother and a few. It wasn't. We're not talking about modern Disney, Eisner Disney.
Right. I don't want to collect cards of Roy though, right? Because he doesn't have the cultural romanticism attached to it.
We're just, again, we talk about nuance, and it's like I agree with you that Disney has the most profound impact on entertainment, and also without Walt Disney, George Lucas is meaningless.
Right. But Disney is also now, an example in a couple of ways of the peril of being able to predict these things, which is number one, culturally, there are different litmus tests applied to people in the past and judging their legacies. Number two, half the population currently hates Disney for political reasons, and you don't know what impact that may have long-term on future generations' exposure to Disney or how they're taught to view them.
I think that's
it's probably short-lived, but maybe not.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that, because it's like people are like, to me it's like Colin Kaepernick in football. There are plenty of people who hated Colin Kaepernick and all other stuff, and they're like, but yeah, it's Sunday, I'm watching the Packers.
Right.
I think that there are people like, I hate.
It's like the joke, like, aren't all you people who are outraged by Taylor Swift at NFL games, weren't you supposed to quit watching because of Colin Kaepernick? Like, why are you still here?
But I think it works in a lot of different ways of just like, the overarching political thing people get bothered with. They're like, oh, I love Aladdin. It's like, they're not the same thing, right? Like, and people, even either side of the curve, the IQ curve, are like, I don't care. Like, I'm just gonna enjoy. Like, I can hate Disney and watch Star Wars, right? Like, for whatever reason. So I'm not saying it doesn't.
Disney is, Disney is Satan, but don't take the fucking Lion King away from me.
Yeah, they just can separate it. Like, I just don't think like they'll be like, I'm not going to see the new whatever it is, Little Mermaid, but I'm going to watch the old one. I love the old one.
That may just show good sense and not, sort of political bias. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But I do think it's an interesting point. I do think there are certain people who right now would not buy like certain Disney cards or other stuff that would have before.
I really won't own Kanye cards. I'm like, I don't really like. I'm not like sitting here going, don't own Kanye cards. I'm like, I'm just
another one that I discussed on that show with Ryan is Michael Jackson, right? Like, I have a few Thriller era Michael Jackson cards, but I don't feel totally good about that.
Yeah, that one's, I don't know. It's just a more complicated.
It is complicated.
Well, like I would just mention Disney. It's like, I don't know Walt Disney card. There are some things about Walt Disney that I do not like.
Yeah, it's some racial attitudes in particular that are very antiquated. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, if he had been my contemporary, I probably couldn't have forgiven them. It's somehow through the lens of time that you're like, oh, his enduring legacy is this.
Well, everybody had a racist grandma, right? Like, that's an overstatement, but like you learn to judge like things through a generational lens. But
yeah, I would say more of like, it just time amplifies the good, and
well, people become myths, like legends and myths, right? And symbols over time.
That's we get a different topic. Like, that's my issue again with like the Nazis and Hitler. It's like we've turned them into cartoon characters instead of they were real people and they were bad. Like, but
and truly horrifying, like the worst people ever. Yeah,
right. But there's no way to ignore that. There's no way for that not to happen, because when you no longer lived in an era in which this evil existed, it becomes myth and legend. There's
And
no
when it's the lesson of Lord of the Rings, right? Like the 3,000 years Sauron was away. And then when the evil starts to rise again, people don't take it seriously until it's too late.
Yeah, to me, it's more of just like I agree with that, but it's the idea that if you didn't exist when it exists, there's not a huge difference between fiction and fact. Like, not there is a huge difference, but not in the way we learn it as children.
Yeah, and I think some of that has to do with just the breakdown in just intellectual literacy in our culture, in our education system across the board, because I learned about that stuff in a way that made it very vivid and real for me. And I've always appreciated history. I don't think most people, even who graduate from college today, have any sort of valuable or useful historical perspective on anything. I don't think most people today care about anything that happened before they were born.
I mean, it's a complicated thing as everything else, which is, I think, like, I knew people that like were around in World War II. I met them and they talked to me about it. And like, this generation doesn't really have those people. I'm not saying they don't exist at all, but like, when I was a kid, they were.
And I'm not either, by the way. Yeah. I'm exaggerating for the point of
it's very easy to just blame the generation and be like, I'm saying I think it's just the process of, as time marches on, history and myth get merged. Like, that was your original thing about, like,
but it's happening at a faster pace now because you don't have a cultural, like, and it is generational, and things evolve and technology drives a lot of it. Like, when I'd die on the hill saying this, I think our cultural literacy and just general education level, not intelligence level, but general education level, is getting diluted. Because I think back, like, when my parents, who didn't graduate from college, I don't even think my dad graduated from high school, honestly. I think he got a GED. My mom graduated from high school. They were not dumb people, but back then, if you finished high school, you had a working understanding of civics and government and history and some context for things like that. Even average people, which actually made them like good citizen voters, even if they were not super geniuses or super highly educated. That's what we're losing now. Now everybody's just on their goddamn phones watching like Russian AI propaganda on fucking whatever. That's my old man rant. Get off my lawn.
Yeah, I was going to say but like, I would argue like that the law of unintended consequences, which is that, we're talking about the wonders of Star Wars, George Lucas, Walt Disney, and the Disney World. It's like, they're as responsible for this as, they're the same reason that we adore them and mythologize them. I'm like, one of the reasons I love Star Wars so much is that it really did kind of speak to me about good and evil and family and how people are conflicted and that getting in touch with some sort of force. Like, it is mythologizing things that, like, for me, like, religion didn't speak to me in that way, because it just didn't. It was like, it was very out of both sides of its mouth, where Star Wars is like, when I talk about religion, we're talking about two things you're not supposed to talk about: politics and religion.
Oh, that's what makes it interesting. That's why I'm here.
I just want to mention this one thing: is that there's a Vonnegut book, and in the Vonnegut book, he goes,
which one? I've read a few.
It's not Ice Nine, but Ice
Is it
Nine
Breakfast of Champions or something?
No, I gotta look it up now, because Ice Nine is the thing that freezes the world. But
I think I've only read Breakfast of Champions.
It's Cat's Cradle.
Cat's Cradle. Yeah, I didn't love that one.
At the end, they go to like this island, and there's this tribe that lives there, and they have their religious text. And the very first page of the religious text says, "This is a book of lies, but if you live by it, you'll live a happy life." And that is how I've looked at religion my whole life. And if you put that at the beginning of a Star Wars movie, A New Hope, you'd be like, yeah, kind of. Like,
well, it's true, and that was all by design, right? Because he's working not only from Kurosawa films and developing Star Wars, but he's working from the teachings of Joseph Campbell, who was building on Carl Jung, who this whole idea of the mythic subconscious and mythic allegory, and it's important in transmission of cultural values. Like that, it was brilliantly done and very intentional.
Right, and then you have us who learned these lessons from Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, and not from the overcoming the World War I and World War II, and we teach to our children, hey, this, like, again, law of unintended consequences. If our parents wanted to make a better life for us, which means it's going to be easier, which means we're going to be softer. We want to do the same thing for our kids. Guess what happens? So, like, I
don't disagree with anything you said. I mean, I think that's very intelligent insight.
Well, thank you, but like we talk about the market and everything else here. It's like nothing is one thing, right? Like PSA didn't set out to destroy card collecting, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it is, and it's interesting too. I never thought of it in quite those terms till what you just said. But one frustration I have with like the real like stock market and everything is, I keep thinking, it's got to be so overvalued. Like year after year, it keeps going up. I keep missing opportunities to make all this money because I think it's bullshit, but it keeps doing it. And at some point, you start to think like, I'm trying to predict what's going to happen based on rational rules that no longer apply to what is driving people's investment behavior. This is all just a casino. This is an online fucking gambling app on a global scale. And I think we're seeing that in the hobby too, right?
Yeah, I think the stock market and all markets, like I talked about, I love market dynamics. It's like, yeah, when during COVID, when we were like, let's value Peloton and I own Peloton at 50 times what it is today, that was stupid. But like, I don't think Apple's wildly overvalued, or Facebook, so there are things that there are lots of reasons, but like
the idea that your prognostication could become outdated or invalidated by just like more foundational changes in the way people go about making those decisions. I think that's an interesting point. And I do think that the market psyche in cards has been rewired to some degree by the experience of the last several years.
That part, and that in cards and what we've been through, I think that's the point that I try to explain to people that I struggle with. But when you talk about, hey, I have a responsibility or whatever, that's not even what I'm talking about. But I mean, like, the education that I want to communicate is we're conflicted human beings, and that when you're collecting, you should try to get in touch with why you're doing what you're doing. And if you know that, you'll probably be happier as a collector, which is why are you grading cards? Why do you covet graded cards? Why do you covet serial numbered cards? I'm not saying any of that is wrong. What I'm saying is there may be some misconceptions inside, or there's residue from a market that does no longer exist and will likely never exist again.
When it raises the more fundamental point, right? Like, just do folks even have reasons for why they do what they do, other than I saw somebody on on YouTube that said that was a good idea. Like, I know I'm like denigrating to it. There are a lot of smart people out there. I think you're describing something that applies to some of us, and you're probably going to be happier and maybe or maybe not more successful in the hobby or whatever if you think through things and have a rationale for what you're doing. Even if you're wrong, if you had a good reason to do it, you can accept those results. I think a lot of people are just sort of acting without a lot of introspection.
If you like, I have come across like all different types of people through the past year that I've really gotten to know people in the hobby personally, and like, there are true collectors, and there are people who just buy things because they like the way it looks. And I can empathize with that, but that's not entirely. There are parts of my collecting, but there's no way I could do that with 100% of it. It's just not how I operate.
I can't either. Even though I'm more like that maybe than you, I'm not 100% that.
Everything is a scale, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of the point, is like, even the people I know who are like that is like, okay, maybe I would sell some of my cards, or maybe, but, or like, I always tell those people is like, well, but if there's a card for 100 that you could buy for 50, that means you could have bought another card that you wanted for that other $50. So like, it still matters what you pay and how you do things, but
unless you have unlimited resources, which virtually no one is in that boat.
And if you have unlimited resources, your game is not buying. It's
then
fun.
I'm buying islands, not trading cards.
But even if you're a collector, it's like if it's out there and for sale and I want it, I just press buy. That's not what you're after. You're like a rare art collector where you're like, I need to wait for things to come on the market. And by the way, that's not like I do not have unlimited resources. But like in my lane, I am almost at that point of like, hey, there's nothing that I want that I can't just like want one that I can buy. Like that's one of my bigger problems in the hobby is that like nothing I covet is for sale. Like I don't, it's a complicated. Is there a card out there that you're like, hey, if money wasn't an object, I really want this card?
Me? Oh, I was thinking about how I was going to respond. Sorry to what you said there. One thing I would just say is, I mean, one possibility, because I get that on some level, although I don't really hit that wall because I collect so many different things. So maybe maybe it's good. Maybe you like it that I'm not spending money now, whatever. If you don't, there's a lot of other cool stuff out there that you'd probably find something that you would enjoy that you can, bring online and you're collecting. If you want to.
No, I think with me, I think the big missing factor is the market's not moving enough to make it interesting.
Like, yeah, that's fair. And I get that. And that's a valid perspective.
You had those Fillmore West tickets.
Yeah.
Again, for people who don't know, Fillmore West is I don't even know. I don't think it exists anymore, right? Like
I thought it still did, but maybe not.
It's a very famous venue that housed live music for a long time.
It existed at least as of maybe like 6 or 7 years ago because I was in San Francisco a bunch then, and I drove by it a bunch of times. So I don't know if it was still actively used as a music venue. I think it was. So I think it does still exist in some way. But yes, it was run by a famous promoter named Bill Graham, along with another venue in San Francisco called the Wintergreen Ballroom. And it just Winterland Ballroom, yeah, and a bunch of the most like famous bands of the 60s, like the Summer of Love type thing. The Dead played there all the time, the Doors, all of that.
And these tickets they're works of art and they're hard to find. And I saw that and I was like, I would love to have that, but it's like
show one of them. Show the Dead one or one of the Doors ones since you're talking about them.
Are they in your Flickr or?
Yeah, they're in my music folder by the Doors and the Grateful Dead. They're kind of toward the beginning. I have some Led Zeppelin ones too.
Yeah, I mean, I like. There's times where you just see things and you're like, I would love to own that, but like I'm also conscious of what are you gonna do with it?
Yeah. I bought those. They weren't that expensive. I just bought it to enjoy them.
Are these some here? Or
those are the Doors ones. Yeah. From 1967.
Are these from the Fillmore or are they?
Those are from the Fillmore.
Okay. Yeah.
The Grateful Dead one is from the Winterland Ballroom. I think it's one of their New Year's Eve shows. There it is in the lower left. It's really ornate. I mean, it's so cool.
Yeah. This is the type of stuff that I would love to have. So like, Bill Graham, who was the promoter of this, his nickname was Uncle Bobo, and my dog Albert's name nickname is Bobo. So I was like, I'm gonna have to buy this stuff, and I'm like, all right, well, what are you gonna do? Like, I do think that like being logical, like I mean, some of the stuff that I'm telling people that they should do may very well ruin the hobby for you, right?
Well, I think one other point I want to make, since I'm already like angry guy on lawn here, and I might as well go all the way, right? But I don't think this is inflammatory as some of the things I said a few minutes ago. But I would say in all candor, and this is not meant to be as condescending as it's probably going to sound, not to you, but just to your audience, just being realistic and trying to, let people make informed decisions up front. If you're one of those people that needs people in the sports card realm or non-sports to tell you what to buy, this is not really the avenue for you. Like, it's not for that personality. Like, I do think you have to be somewhat in touch with what you really like. Now, you can ask people's opinion, do you think this is a waste of money or does this have any potential? That's cool. But if you're just like, I don't know, I want to collect non-sports cards and I have no idea what to buy, tell me what to buy. Like, what's the point then? That's my perspective.
I think that's a reasonable thing, but I also think how you start is how you start, right? Like, I don't think that like, I don't know for a fact, but the way I recall getting back into Star Wars cards was a dog I know passed. He reminded me of Obi-Wan Kenobi. I bought an Obi-Wan Kenobi card. I loved it. It was a 77 card. And then I sold a Michael Jordan card and I saw like 7 PSA slabs on sale for like $80. And that was it. And I was off to the races. Like,
that's
so awesome. But like, you don't like, I don't know whether I bought was a good deal or whatever. Like, so I agree with you.
You knew to my point though, you knew that you really liked vintage Star Wars.
Well, it was also February of 2021 where it was like the market's on fire. I think this is gonna. Will tell you. There's another piece where I heard like one of Gary V's minions talk about him buying 77 Star Wars. I was like, oh, because like I mean, it was a side.
Was it that Lose You Knew guy?
It was the other one. Was Tyler?
Oh, Tyler. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Those guys are okay. I will tell you.
They are. I don't miss card talk.
Well, the show is. I happened to meet them at the National, and they were very nice. So,
I did make a face, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. But I will tell you, like, because I generally feel that way about most people in the hobby, and I do think that when people make content, they're different than they are in person. And those guys were like very warm and open, and like for no reason. Like Lou gave me because I was talking non-sports with them. And they gave me like a promo 0. They were just really nice. Like,
I will say this to get myself in even more trouble with the internet. I would much rather sit down and have and I listen to Card Talk Pod a lot. I did. And it's easy for me to criticize. I'd rather sit down with Lou and Tyler and have a beer than Card Collector 2 any day.
I mean,
listen, I'm not a fan. I am not a fan.
I didn't meet Ryan. He wasn't there because he was at his own table. I don't know. I never met him. Right? Like,
yeah, I don't need to. Sorry. I'm that way. So you can all condemn me, but yeah.
Anyway. Well, you were right. You're within your right to pass judgment. I will just say that like it would take me probably 5 minutes to know whether his persona is real or a put on. And if
I think that's I'm not getting cancer from the radiating sincerity vibes there. I think that's my hang up.
That's the part of like, but there are people like, again, I could go through. I don't know who I actually like that produces content that I would. I
like Ryan from Breakout Cards and John Newman. I'll give him a plug. John Newman from Sports Card Nation is a good dude from what I can tell.
I think I listened. He has a podcast, right? Too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a genuine dude. Upstate New York.
I like the guy, the baseball card investor dealer.
I don't know that guy, but I like him. I like him. It's just very no nonsense, right? It's stripped down.
Well,
it's just
he's not a pumper. He's like here. I sent the cards in the PSA. I'll make $20 on this. I'll make $40.
He's just sharing knowledge. I like him. Yeah,
sharing knowledge. He's not opinion based, but like there aren't many people that I watch in the hobby or listen to that. Let's bring it up. Jeff Wilson. I'm assuming you're a fan.
It's funny with the ongoing war between like Sports Card Radio and Jeff Wilson. There are things that I like and dislike about both of them. I guess I view one as maybe more necessary to the hobby in the grand scheme than the other, even though maybe I don't always approve of the means or the methods. I also, by the same token, trust that Jeff Wilson is probably a really good guy to interact with in person, and maybe a really, really nice guy. I think the problem that I have with him, but I also have with some other people who are very regarded in the hobby, and maybe I won't go there this time. People who come in with an underbaked understanding of something and immediately start trying to monetize it as if they're an expert. I do not like that. I do not support that. I do not think he is alone in doing that, but I do think he definitely did that.
I mean, I can respect that. I will tell you, whatever the vibes you're trying to transfer about Card Collector 2 is 100% how I feel about Jeff Wilson. I did get to interact with him a little bit. Again, I don't think he's genuine. Respect. There's a difference between like and respect, which is I respect anybody who can build a platform, get people to watch, make money. Like, I respect it. Like, but I don't.
You wouldn't trust him?
No, not at all. Like, he's not somebody I ever would have listened to about what I should buy a card.
I mean, he has no impact on me. I will say that I started listening to him at a very early, like many people, not only him, but many other podcasters, just because I was, thirsty for it. So I liked him better at first. Once he rolled out market movers, I was like, okay, I understand what this is all about. But you know what? I felt the same way about the card ladder people. It's like, okay, the crossover was kind of cool to me until it became an extended info shill for card ladder. But there I'm like, I might as well be spitting on Jesus, like saying, anything bad about those people. But
listen, I'm a business person. So in both instances, I'm like, you have a product, you want to sell a product. But no, I don't. It was easy to see flaws in people who were trying to make money, right? Like that, you brought up Sports Card Radio, which I think both them and Jeff Wilson have run their course. Which is I
don't know. I think SCR probably still has some room to grow.
I don't mean that in a sense of like, I have respect for those guys. I always bring up the fact that my favorite thing they ever did was, if you go back in time, they used to do videos where they would go to the National every year and just walk around and take pictures. And I would just watch these of like the 2014, 2015 National, 2013, and you just look at stuff and marvel at, what stuff was worth, what people were like, what people valued. It was such an educational piece to me. They didn't mean it as such. But to me, it was two things. One is that they did that. They've been around for so long, and that they can make themselves out to picking on card fondlers and pictures of men. They were walking around the National 10 years ago for an hour and a half just taking a video. Like,
I respect. I mean, I've always been quite an iconoclast myself, and so I kind of am rebellious, and so I get, like, I fundamentally respect where from. Intelligent, very, very articulate, very wickedly witty. I respect all of that. Sometimes I think they degenerate a little too far for my taste into just schoolyard meanness and salaciousness. But I think that has been driven more by them developing a big presence and following on YouTube. When I listened to their podcast back in maybe like 2016, 2017, there was some of that. They were still playing characters and they were inflammatory, but I think maybe I found a little more compelling intellectual substance in it than today. Not that there's none of it for me today. I'm just more repulsed. At the same time, I'm attracted to what they're doing, if that makes any sense.
Well, I think that's their brand, right? Like,
yeah, it is, and they exploit it well.
No, when I say they've run their course, I think their function, which I think was what you're alluding to, is like as like a hobby watchdog or to call out people. I'm not sure.
They keep people honest and they keep people from taking themselves too seriously, which I think is valuable.
But I think that what we've seen in the last 18 months or so is like people have been unmasked. right? Like if you're out there and you're still like going to YouTube to be like, what should I buy? You can't be
Yeah,
safe.
that's
So
true. That's true. And some of it does, like I've liked some of the tinfoil hat people um in the past and started to progressively fall out of love with them because some of them, and I'm not going to name specific people right here, but some of them I think just have like some petty agendas, and not that I just don't do it on a show every day. But I will say one of those guys that a lot of people would put in that bucket, who, based on my admittedly limited interactions with him and watching his show, I actually do think is a pretty solid, intelligent dude, is Dan the Card Man.
oh yeah,
I do like him a lot.
I like Dan. I've always liked Dan. I've
You were
always
kind of friends with him, right? Like I just
no. He and I we were at odds on one thing with where the great curator did something where I was like, great curator's a scumbag, but like your math on this was wrong because it was a certain card. But I've always respected Dan. I can tell you that like he is also reaching that point of a little bit of like he's had to morph into that character lately because it's effective. Like
well, and the sky can't be falling every day, right? Like there can't be a conspiracy every day. And that's what started to wear on me as a viewer of those programs for a while. It's like I just can't generate the outrage every day at this, this internet conspiracy. Like there are things that I generate outrage for every day, but it can't always be just that.
Well, the other part about it is at some point, if you believe all this stuff to be true,
why are you in this hobby?
Yeah. I mean, that's like, and that is, getting back to some of my own struggles. I'm like, when I went full bore on the other side of grading, I'm like, where does that leave me? And because I'm not going to sit here and shake a fist. I'm not going to sit here and go all day and go, here are 500 examples of PSA cards that are improperly graded. Like, I know they're out there. I know this is a problem. Everybody who's been in the only argument I ever got from logical people was, yeah, we know this. We've been collecting cards forever. I'm like, what? So yeah.
I think certain people, including myself, kind of need it at times. Like we may say that we hate it, but to your point, if you don't quit it, like I know the reason I don't quit the hobby is because I still like cards. But as much hobby drama as I let myself get exercised about and vent about, or sarcastically poke fun about on Instagram and the like, there are a lot of times recently where I've thought, to the extent you don't enjoy the hobby, it's because of social media. Why don't you just get the fuck off of it? Because you'd probably really just enjoy collecting cards in obscurity again. And I'm because a lot of people could say like, oh yeah, Darth Bryzzo, you're a total hypocrite because you're doing exactly the type of thing that you're accusing some of these people of doing. There's some validity to that. For what it's worth to anyone out there, I will say that I have had an increasingly cacophonous dialogue with myself in my head about how do I ratchet back my immersion in the hobby media ugliness and social media ugliness while not completely shutting myself off entirely. And I'm trying to figure out how to strike that balance.
I mean, that's passion, right? Like this is kind of what people, when I try to talk to people about where I'm at with collecting, it's like passion is not something that you dial back, right? Like it's one of those things that's kind of like you're in love or you're not in love. And like it's hard to just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna look at eBay less. I'm gonna, whatever maybe like however it is you want to create this logical way you're gonna dial things back. It's like passion is passion. And I'm a passionate person. I'm emotional. Like I sink my teeth into something. I have a hard time having 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But like, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think passion is a hard thing to mitigate. And I do want to focus on the idea of like the hypocrisy of hating certain things and then also contributing to them.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm definitely guilty of that. Even though I hate hypocrisy, I have to acknowledge I am a hypocrite in that regard.
Yeah, we all are in a sense of like we keep talking about how things can be multiple. It's like, yeah, like I hate it, but like I watch it, right? And like there are certain things that I'm just like stop watching. Like I don't watch Jeff Wilson. I don't. There are certain content creators I don't watch, but like I've been having this thought recently, which is that like I've had various hobbies throughout my life, but two that occurred to me that I spent a lot of time and effort in were I played poker for a few years semi-professionally.
Yeah, that's so cool. I heard you mention that's so interesting. I used to watch like World Series of Poker all the time on ESPN. That's got to be quite a life. Like
it was definitely fun. Again, I'll get to the point. And then I also did daily fantasy sports, got heavily into it. But today, I do not really participate in either of those things. But I am an active consumer of the content. Like I still watch poker on TV. I know people who play poker professionally. Same thing goes with daily fantasy sports. I have friends who are like content creators and like so. Yeah, I wonder if with cards, like I can kind of step back from the heavy collecting, but still be an observer of the industry and still be interested. Because I haven't, like, again, both those things, I'm still interested in them. It's just they don't occupy the passion that I had for them, but they also haven't left me. So I wonder how that plays out. That's just me. I often assume that other people are having similar feelings, whether they are cognizant of it or not, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely struggled more with the hobby malaise a few months ago, and then I got that Luke and decided to shake up my vintage Star Wars collection in some ways that had me wheeling and dealing, and some other like really cool Disney stuff came along that excited me, and I kind of got my passion for the cards back. The ugliness of the rest of the stuff is what weighs on me. But by that, I really want to say that isn't just what other people are doing. That's what I let it do to myself and the person that I let that cause me to become, which then I feel bad about. That's a big reason why I left Blowout several years ago, just because I was the worst possible version of myself on there, and it was a cesspool, and I just needed to get away from it. I really don't want to have to do that sort of a drastic runaway thing again. So I'm trying to be a little bit more
I think you
thoughtful about it.
I think you control that by, like you're saying, you don't do a lot of shows, you don't do a lot of like interactions, and I think that.
But I've also been pleasantly surprised. I do want to say a couple things since I've disparaged some personalities, and I want to say about all those people, like I realize that what they do and what I take for granted being able to consume on a weekly or daily basis or whatever, like that takes a lot of work. So it's easy for me to sit back and like throw stones at those people. But I'm not doing what they're doing. Number one. Number two, I have been pleasantly surprised. Like another show I watched for a long time was Jeremy Lee. And I wasn't sure what he was really like or how I felt about him. Had some mutual friends who got to know him and liked him. I've kind of fallen in through some weird circumstances to a little bit of an IM dialogue with him recently. And I actually personally really like the guy. Like I'm not going to be lifelong friends with him like a lot of people in the hobby are, but that's actually been a pleasant surprise to me. The other thing I want to say in fairness to Jeff Wilson, weirdly enough, and I actually heard one of the Teddard brothers sort of say a similar thing about his most recent Jeff Wilson show, where he was talking about some of the challenges and opportunities with Cards HQ, but I don't like the sports card investor content anymore. I cannot stand Teapot and a lot of the other people who work for him. I don't like how smarmy Jeff is on there, but I actually think some of his Jeff Wilson show sit downs where he's like really talking more about more fundamental business considerations and in a more thoughtful way, and that schmaltzy carnival barker personality isn't like right in your face all the time. I actually find some value from that occasionally, even if I don't totally believe in his sincerity, even if I don't totally agree with him. I find myself spending 45 minutes on those shows and walking away thinking that was not a waste of my time, and that did not put me in a bad emotional state.
I mean, I never gave that new show. I mean, I've been out on him and that whole thing for so long, and just because, like I said, like
I get it. The guy I feel that way about that just nope is the great curator. I just won't. I won't.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more about the great curator. I mean, Jeff Wilson, like he might pivot into something good. It's like he just lost me, and there's just too many options to be entertained.
I think I've always thought Jeff would move on to the next thing before now. Like I'm honestly shocked by the let's open, airline hangar sports card shop in Atlanta. Like, wow, that was like a Scooby-Doo move. But
I will tell you that I think especially the sports card radio, a lot of the analysis of that is questionable. They're like, how many square feet, how many whatever. I'm like, what was this building before? Maybe they gave it to him for free. Like,
yeah, he may have.
There's so many things about business that people want to like from the outside figure it out. Be like, who are like? So again, not that I think it was a great move, but I like anything else. Like, you could sit in a bar and see two people arguing, and you could try to figure out what the argument's about, but you're not on the inside, so you don't really know. And I think that
I will say, and I may be wrong about this, and I really feel like I'm not an inherently naive person. I think Jeff Wilson in particular had some sort of residual nostalgic interest in cards. I think he smartly saw some opportunities in the development of that market that nobody frankly could foresee with what the pandemic economic policies and monetary policies and shutdowns would do. But he kind of savvily got himself a foothold there. I think it was opportunistic in large part, but I do think he really loves cards. I think he really does love cards on some level, which is why he stuck around and done something.
I mean, it was, you never argue with being right time, right place, taking advantage of it. He's not he is the and the great curator, very similar of like, they're just not my cup of tea.
Me neither.
Anybody watching me is like, I'm clearly authentic, like to a fault. That is the opposite of those type of people.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, like, I think, excuse me, Jeff becomes a very easy, convenient sort of mythical pinata for people in the hobby, and some of that is well earned, but I'm not sure that's like the whole story.
I said played out. Like, if both of those things are like, we're past that, right? Like, we're not getting the hobby entrants at this point that need a Jeff Wilson anymore.
True.
I wish we were, but we're not, right? And we are also at a point that, like I said, like the curtain's been pulled back enough times that as much as I've enjoyed what the SCR has done, and I don't think they need to go away. I just think that like their main point of kind of making people aware of there's a whole bunch of shit going on behind the curtain that you're not privy to or you want to ignore. I think we've seen that turned out to be true. So again, not the same people, but I want to pivot to the great curator. Why is it that you hate the great curator?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to get into it in specifics. I mean, which seems weird. I have some toxically strong opinions about him. I just there is but I can't.
I'd go first.
It's impression. Like, I don't have empirical, because I hardly watch the guy anymore. When I remember things way sports stuff that I'm passionate about was being pitched and spun. I see his little buddy Merle World or Merly World and some of the stuff he does, and I just want no part of it. Let me just say, I just don't trust any of that. I could be wrong. He has his fans. Great. If you like him, I would personally, I'm not saying you do. I'm saying anyone out there, if anybody likes him, fine. I would just say, like, I would counsel anybody who I knew and cared about to be very skeptical before just jumping in that end of the pool is all I would say.
He is a Saturday Night Live skit.
That is my opinion. I think Jeff Wilson personally has more of substance to offer.
I think that's fair, but also again, we're comparing.
It's a backhanded compliment at best. Yes.
It's a race to the bottom there. But no, I don't even really. I've never consumed that much of the great curator's content, but enough to know that he is the opposite of a lot of the things that I've said I tried to do. Like we're talking about like pumping your own bags, and like, or I would say, hey, when I talk about something, I end up screwing myself because I tell people early and they buy it before me. He does it the other way around, like where he gets a bunch of stuff and then he pumps it up and he dumps on.
I will say my big issue with some of those folks, not specifically anyone in particular, is let's just say that they are among real world examples that drove some of my intense opinions about the cavalier misuse and abuse of the term rookie in non-sport.
I was going to say like that now that you bring it up, I was like, that's the guy. Like that's the guy who will just use it whenever it's convenient to him, trying to increase the value of a card. Not that he has gone through the legwork and said, okay, here are the options and here's why. He's like, no, I have an opportunity. I have this card or I was able to buy it. Therefore, I'm going to conveniently use whatever term I want to make it more valuable. And that's, again, the opposite of me, which is like, if I come to that reason, it's because the research.
I mean, in general, and this is a route, a common thematic route through some of these personalities that, I'm objecting, I'm reacting too poorly. I also, I think people can tell whether you like me or not, and if you don't, you got good company, that's fine. But I have always been like blunt and authentic to a fault, and even when I do have hypocrisy and stuff, I'm usually introspective enough to recognize that and admit it. I don't like inauthentic people. So when somebody gives me the vibe that they're an opportunistic carnival barker, like that becomes my opinion of them, I quickly just write that alley off in my mind. I don't go down that alley anymore.
I think it's really hard. I think it's for me, it's a stark contrast that I never really thought about between him and I in the space, because he's more popular, more known, whatever.
For sure.
Yeah. But like the idea is that there's a natural conflict if you sell cards and you talk about cards.
Especially when you're talking about like some of those like PMG Marvel things that you're selling for like thousands of dollars. I mean, that wasn't penny ante stuff, right? And I don't know what's in his heart or what's in his mind, but I will say that observing some of that secondhand and from afar, it felt icky to me. It's not something I wanted to be involved in.
Well, it's just like we talked about earlier about how the non-sports card market is smaller and more, the influence is greater. So therefore, like if you're not, if you have questionable morals, even if you're in a moral gray area and you have a platform, you can do a lot more damage, I think, in non-sports than you can in sports to some extent. Because
absolutely. Well, that's one of the reasons I'm here, right? Like trying to be a little bit of a white knight in a way that I'm not by nature, because I do know that there is, well, not focusing this on any particular person, but there are forces out there that are willfully trying to bilk people. There are also forces out there in the market that themselves are undereducated and or misinformed that are inadvertently bilking people. And
I think there are people that have questionable morals or questionable nature that come out. I do think there are actually, and I've experienced people who are dealer collectors. And that's a hard thing to balance.
It is.
And that I have a little more, mental leeway for, because like, I don't think they're really, I don't want to say scumbags. I think they're just, conflicted, right?
The great curator thing, one thing I'll say about him, and I know it's like infamous now, it's like meme quality, and it seems to rankle him, is the, we need to build an iron circle thing. That moment to me, I think what repulsed and concerned me the most about that is, okay, you're being attacked for certain things that I may think maybe there's like an element of legitimacy too. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
And your immediate reaction is to go to your followers and say, you need to form an iron circle about me because I am the paragon and protector of virtue in the hobby. That starts to sound and feel like a cult to me, or like a cult leader type of mentality. And I'm not overstating that and saying that literally, but I don't like that mindset at all.
I don't like that mindset either, but I've experienced some of that myself where I've felt attacked and I've gone to the people, but it always comes down to like how you approach something. If you go, like you were talking about before, like how, we're talking about how we feel at moments hypocritical, or like there's, there can be two parts of it. If you come vulnerable and saying, hey, maybe I'm not right here. Maybe like, I tried to be doing A, B, and C. Maybe I got it wrong. Guys, tell me, am I doing the right thing here? Because if not, I want to change and go the right way. That is different, and I appreciate your opinions and your support. And then by the way, you'll probably get the same result of people being, no, you're doing the right thing. But by saying, form an iron circle around me, what you're saying is, I am right. I am infallible. And that is not the person that you like. Again, that's not the type of person I like. The person who's vulnerable and is like, okay, maybe I did something wrong. Here's my reasoning for what I did. Tell me if it's right or wrong, and I will listen to you, is different than form an iron circle, because a cult is not a there's not a lot of feedback loops in a cult, right? So I guess that's a simple thing.
Well, and I mean, I don't know, maybe I've read too many books about Jonestown and the Koreshians and stuff, but there's just a feeling that I had in that moment. I'm like not trying to overstate it and say that's literally a cult, in my opinion. It had a tinge of that repulsed me and made me very wary of that individual going forward, like how that might continue to develop.
The drunk with power. Right. Like that's the way I perceive it, because there are moments like, again, I have a very small audience and like, but there are times when you're talking to the people who want to hear what you say, and like you can get a little drunk on your own, like not on
your own supply, as they say.
Yeah, but you're just like the same reason that I often say it is like, people say, I don't want anybody, like, I don't care if people watch what I do or whatever. And I'm like, well, then why do I record it? Right? Like, there's like
a certain ego there, right? Like you think you have something to offer.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, but that's the point. Is like, but I'm vulnerable enough to say that. And like, I think again, being in touch, like I think any of the guys who came along during I didn't start producing content till the end of 2022. So
I think I watched you from pretty early on, probably your second or third episode.
I don't know why anybody did, but the idea there is like the market had already kind of turned the wrong direction. It wasn't like it was, so like there was no the world is wonderful, where everything's going to the moon. And I think the guys who came along at that time got drunk on the power of, hey, I came on and said, buy Star Wars Galaxy, and 2 months later it was worth $20,000. That probably would do something to your brain. Doesn't mean you're right. It just means they probably have a different perspective.
Yeah, and to me, maybe that's part of, lurking somewhere in there is probably a realization I've had a little bit about sports card radio too. It's like those guys are the same way, right? Like they can criticize guys like Jeff Wilson and the Great Curator, and maybe with good reason, but they also have their 20,000 minions, right, who regularly consume their content, and they like getting them all riled up, and they definitely have egos. And at some point you start to think like, how different are these sides really?
They're not. Like that's my point about just deciding you want to put yourself on YouTube, right? Like that's the point of like, there's a common thread out there that like you want to be the center of attention. Like we're both on here today because, like you said, a little bit of ego and whatever. It's like I enjoy it. I love talking. And you and we had a 3-hour conversation before off air that we didn't record. So like it doesn't mean 100%, but like that's where the balance is. Like, yeah, Sports Card Radio and Jeff Wilson and Great Curator and everybody were a little alike. Like,
yeah, that's fair. I mean, I still think there's more virtue in trying to expose the powerful, and that's why, notwithstanding some of my reservations, I probably still would always fall in that camp, even though, those guys would probably hate me and they'd make fun of me if I even registered on their radar. I had once upon a time a little IG communication with one of them at least, and I was just, I mean, I had a realization moment because they were in one of their early spats with Jeff, and I like posted about it and tagged them on Instagram and said, here's my take on this. Like, I largely agree with them, but I kind of see this point about Jeff's point of view. And they reposted that immediately on their story and like attacked me. And I was just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I'm just being intellectually honest. Like, I mostly agree with you. I've said I agree with you on this and on other story pages. And basically the response was like, well, we're from Stockton or wherever, so we can just act the way we want because we had a hard life. Like, that's the response that I got. And I was just like, okay, like, maybe I'm not as on this train because this is just an ego contest now. This is like people either suck your dick and get completely on your bandwagon, or you're just going to just blindly attack them too. Like, that's what this is about. And from that moment on, I've started to pull back from them a little bit more.
I think, I don't know why, it just makes me think about this Chris Rock thing where he talks about you're only as loyal as your options, which he means like, hey, yeah, of course you're going to be faithful to your wife because what are your options?
Right. Yeah.
20-year-old comes along, whatever is like, and that's the part where I'm empathetic. Like, if you gave me 20,000 subscribers tomorrow, I don't know, I'd be a different person. I would. Like, yeah. I'm not saying I don't know measurably. I don't know in what direction. I don't know whatever. But
I totally would. And honestly, like, that's one of the reasons why I shy away from doing anything, because I think I would start to get like power drunk and ego bloated with like 1,000, avid followers or something. Like, I kind of do some of these things and pull back from certain things to protect myself from becoming a certain version of myself that I don't want to be, because I know myself and I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses fairly well. And I just would not want to put myself in that position because I don't think I'd be responsible with it at all. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I kind of understand those sports car radio guys because I'm sort of like that too. Like, I'm not saying I'm as anything they are that makes them successful, but I have like that petty streak and I have that bully streak and I have that mean streak. And I could be that bad or worse if I was somehow in that position.
Yeah, I mean, that's my opinion is more of like, I don't know. I mean, I started doing content. Yes, I like to be the center of attention or whatever. That's, again, there's that common thread that you want to be heard. I mean, I started doing content because there wasn't really non-sports car content. But I can tell you at the point where it's like, I wish that other people would pick up the mantle. Because
I know you've quit several times. By the way, that reminds me real quick of one like analogy that like a complimentary analogy that I was trying to come up with for your show, because I got all exercise about things you said and popped off to you or whatever. But then I like really missed your show when it wasn't around, and I realized how much I had taken you for granted. And then I got to thinking, like, your show is kind of like 92 of Fox. You're like Andy Richter controls the universe or Arrested Development or something that's like awesome, but Fox doesn't know what to do with it. So it'll be on for 3 weeks and then disappear for 6 months, and then 4 more episodes get aired. And as a fan, you're just like, I want this more regularly. But
I mean, I appreciate it. It's very complimentary, but like, it's hard. Like, I will tell you, you won't like what I'm going to say, but you're one of the reasons that I stopped doing content.
I was afraid of that. But
not in the way that you would like. It just in the way that there were and still are a lot of voices, and it comes from passion of and it's not disrespectful. People have their opinions and their beliefs and the stuff they collect they want to talk about, and I respect it. But it's hard to balance it, and but I don't want to, again, I don't, neither the ego nor the blame of like, the main reason I've been doing less content is we talked about being the worst version of yourself. Like, I just don't want to be out here telling everybody every week for the hobby they love, this is going to get worse. This shit's really bad. Like, I don't, and I also don't want to remind myself. I'm like, oh, okay, I had a collection that was worth 6 figures. Be lucky if it's worth 30% of that now. Like, so it's a lot. Like, talking about, it's a lot of things, but it's creating content is hard, and I wish I could do it more in a way that, like we talked about earlier, like you dialing back. Like, how do I step away a little bit? How do I dial it down? Like, that's not how my brain works.
I think you can do that. There's this inherent tension, right? Like, your viewers want some regularity, and that's what was just motivating what I just said. But I totally understand where you're coming from, and now I realize there's a potential inconsistency in something else that I feel, which is, especially at this point in time, given that we're not on the rocket ship to the moon anymore, a lot of these shows, like, there's not something to talk about every week, let alone every day. Like, maybe wait between shows until you really have something worthwhile to say or to offer. But the thing is, that's a revenue stream for these people now, right? So they have to do it every day. Like, that's what it's really about. It's not, I have something significant to say. It's, I have sponsors, I get YouTube money. So I just I gotta fool the algorithm, or I gotta fuck with the algorithm. And I get tired of that as a viewer, honestly.
Well, that's the, like, that's the difference. Not the difference, but one of the things that, like, I don't get paid for this, and I'm not, sure, if it were, but like, it's why I'll do a 4-hour show, because I don't have somebody out there. Like, again, I wish, this is the point, I wish organically people loved my show, shared it, and that thousands of people were watching. But I wouldn't conform to the algorithm to do something that would get more people. Never.
I think you should be really proud, actually, of the following that you've built, given that you don't do that. There's not a lot of frills. There's not a lot of gimmicks, and you're talking about something that a lot of people don't do as collectors, right? I mean,
I appreciate that. I wasn't fishing for compliments.
I know you weren't, but
the idea of, like, I wish I could do like more content that, it's just not good. It's not gonna happen. It's unfortunate. Like today, like, we're doing this. If it weren't for you and I planning this a couple weeks ago and talking about it this week, I wasn't going to do anything this weekend. Like, I don't have anything. We talked about SGC and PSA. I'm going to be the 900th person to get on here and tell people, yeah, my perspective might be a little different. Like, I think combined we had a valuable thing, but like,
but we did, we did it. And, I don't know. I get it, because I don't know if you watched the whole show I did a few weeks ago with Ryan, which is like the third time.
I've ever did. Oh, you did another show?
No, just the one that I originally said, hey, you might want to check this out. You can make fun of me.
I did watch it, but I watched it disjointed because you sent me the link and it started halfway through. So it was like, I watched part of it, then I went back to the beginning. So.
Well, I joked with him at the end. Like, this is like the 4th show I've ever done. I've done Ryan's twice. I did another show first that was really like low viewership, and this one. Don't aspire to do a lot of these. I've turned down a couple opportunities more recently on some much bigger shows.
When we first started talking a year ago, I offered you. You're like, no.
Yeah, but my fundamental point is, like, even this little exposure, and I know I've said a bunch of things today that are probably going to get me in a bunch of trouble, whatever. That's just kind of how I am. But I joked with Ryan, like, okay, another year from now, because it had been like a year since I was on his show, I'll be like the Puxatawny Phil for your show. You can drag me out once a year and see what I've bought or what I think since the year before, and that'll be good for me. And I kind of feel that way. I wanted to do this because I think you're an interesting, smart guy. I thought something interesting might come of doing this publicly. And I also wanted to, because of all the back and forth, I wanted to make sure, all that was just vented and clarified in a constructive way. After this, like, my appetite to do a lot of this again is not very great anytime soon. But I will say the one reason I might do it, if asked again somewhere, is I do really care about the non-sport stuff. And I do think that the more people who love that stuff and can offer some value about it get some hobby-wide exposure, it increases the likelihood that a handful of people might be like, hey, I didn't know that stuff existed. I wonder if something exists for this thing I liked as a kid. You know, that's the only reason I'm doing it.
I mean, I think that's noble. So for me, like we started recording, we did it again. When we first started, you were going like in very great detail about how you collect, and I'm like, that's not what I do here. Like, I know it's like this is what I'm thinking in my head, because like I did a show, I know you watched it, where I talked about Sopranos cards. It was like recently while you were like, no, it's the fucking promo card, idiot.
Right.
I hate doing those shows.
I didn't. By the way, audience members, I did not say it's the fucking promo card, idiot. That may have been how he reasonably construed my tone, but that is not exactly.
No, that is not what he said. That is what my brain computed his words, like the way I heard it. But no, it just like that type of content isn't fun. Like I, as you can tell and you've listened, is like I'll talk about this shit forever, but like trying to sit here and handhold people into, hey, let me stoke your curiosity, like that's just like a, you know, that's not for me, right? Like it, like I would love a show and tell. Like it's hard with I'm trying to think about like earlier because we've been non sequituring left and right, which is awesome. Idea hopping. Like, you know, I gave the give me 5 or 10 cards that you would.
Yeah, let's go back to that. I never finished that.
Because like that's the type of thing where it's like, yeah, I like that's how you get people to get them excited, right? Because
go back into my Flickr. Go back. Let's leaf through there a second. Go to the music stuff real quick. And just kind of go slow. Like that Beatles card, that black and white one, is like one of their it's called Super Carta. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that would make the list, but it would be under consideration because the Beatles have tons of stuff from 1964, some of it printed in North America, and it's just so overprinted. It's junk, in my opinion. That is a really rare Beatles card from 64 from Italy. That's actually a fairly high grade for that card. I think there are only a handful of that are 5s, and there's like 3 7.5s.
To interject, that's one of the things that's very hard about taking modern collectors backwards, because they look at a 5 and go, I would never want to.
Yeah, and yeah, a lot of these cards, like a 5 is a great grade. Like it's not different than like vintage sports, you know.
It might even be worse. I mean, it might be even more difficult because they're just fewer, right? So it's like
there's fewer, and they were abused in a lot of cases. So keep scrolling down. Like there probably won't be another Beatles card that will make that top 10 list, even though there are a number that I love. The Shea Stadium one is cool.
Yeah, see, that's the type of thing I like. If there's like things that just appeal to you, like I like older Beatles stuff just naturally.
Yeah, and all that stuff, almost all that stuff, except for the last few things, are when they were still together. Like I like Playing Days card, Living Days cards, you know. Okay, that Doors card would be on the list because the Doors are one of my 3 favorite bands of all time. Morrison is the ultimate rock star to me, and that is like a pop 6 in a 9, and there's 110. So that is a very significant, like Panini's first music set, I believe, from 68. So that checks a lot of boxes for me.
It's a beautiful card. It reminds me of, I just watched a performance of the Doors at one of the festivals in England, and I've decided that Morrison's great. That band was fucking fantastic. Ray Manzarek, like they what were they doing? Was it Light My Fire? I think it might have been Light My Fire. Yeah, it was. And it was just like him going off on the organ for like 6 minutes. And Morrison's just standing there. And I'm like, oh my God.
And one of the things that I like about the Doors, and it's also something that I really love about like the original incarnation of Jane's Addiction, is that it was just such a crapshoot. Like your experience as an audience member was almost completely dictated by the mood and the sobriety level of this like mythic lead singer. And to me, Morrison, like I don't think he was a very good person. Probably, I don't think most people would have liked him because he was just so self-absorbed. But I actually think his like most of his public life was just this extended ego indulgent performance art. But after a while, and with all the drugs and alcohol, like his own internal line of who I really am as a person and this thing I play in the public, that line just disappeared. And I think he's kind of fascinating.
Oh, I agree with you. You and I talked about it last time where we spoke a little bit, but I highly recommend. I wish I could send you the performance because I like to watch old concert clips because it's just something like I never got to see the Doors, so it was just again.
Yeah, I'd love to see it if you come across it again.
It was on YouTube. It was just like I was watching something else, got recommended, and just it was like a 12-minute version of Light My Fire, and it really featured the band more than anything else.
Those last two Doors things are extremely rare. Like they're in those 4 Doors things. That is 4 of the 5 currently known, as far as I know, Doors cards, stickers, wrappers, whatever, that date to Morrison's lifetime. There's that few things for them.
Yeah, not a huge lifespan, not a huge. Who the hell is this?
That's the Eagles.
I was about to say. I was like, this I couldn't see.
I love Henley. I love Don Henley in that one on the left. That's such a great picture.
That's Henley there, right?
No, he's on the right. Yeah, in the blue shirt. Yeah,
that's Glenn Fry there.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm an Eagles fan, but I wouldn't like.
Well, that's from like both of those are from like 1980. So it's it's 40 some years ago.
Yeah, Elvis, I could.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of Elvis stuff. I keep picking up more, but I like the Jailhouse Rock stuff. That's kind of iconic to me. Lady Gaga, I collect in part with my daughter, which is why I have her stuff. I'm not a huge fan, but I kind of like her performance persona.
We're trying to get to the those trying to limit to the 5 or 10. I don't.
Yeah, scan through just to
those cards. And Jerry in a 9. Is there a 10 of that card?
There might be. If there is, there's only like 1 or 2, I think. There may be 0. 9 is very high for that. It's very condition sensitive.
Yeah, I have a couple of them.
The travesty and tragedy for me is that, as far as I can tell, and as far as any non-sport folks I know, there is nothing for the Dead from like the 60s or the 70s, which I cannot believe, but apparently there isn't.
I don't know if this is the right set. This is not. No, is this the right set? No, I don't think so. Right? What set is that? I have it right here. I could just look. It is Rock Cards Brockham. Yeah,
that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I guess there's some 10s in here because I have some of these.
They're very condition sensitive.
Maybe if I share, you know what? It might be a difference. Is it in a subset or something? I'm missing.
Oh yeah, because there's a Grateful Dead subset.
Yeah. I was about to say that's like because they were like the chase cards.
Yeah.
There's two 10s, Jerry. I'm telling you, this is something. When I looked at this probably 18 months ago, there were like 5 graded. Like that's always interesting to see how they go up in pop. So here are your Michael Jackson. I would say. Again, we talked about Michael Jackson a bit.
Yeah, none of this stuff is rating that high. I'm not sure. That's Zeppelin card. So the Madonna would be on the list just because of scarcity. Like I might never see another one of those. That Nirvana thing on the right is very, very rare. That's from.
I think this is. I heard you talk about on the show with Ryan.
Right.
You guys were talking about like.
But that still wouldn't make the list. It wouldn't make the list. None of that stuff would. There's one Prince card that might. The Purple Rain one, second
Uh,
second row there
this one
on his
here.
bike. Yeah, that's super rare. Like I'm not sure I'll ever see another one of those. It's from a confectionery company in the former Yugoslavia from 1985, and I bet a bunch of that stuff was probably destroyed in the Yugoslav Civil War. So that's a very elusive set. That's the only prints like my dealer who sold it to me has ever seen. If there are more out there, there aren't a lot of them. So I would be very reluctant to give that up because Prince is huge for me, like the Doors, and Purple Rain is like the
Who's this?
quintessential version of Prince for me.
Who is this?
It's Pink Floyd.
Okay.
But that is a card that was issued in '85, but it's a very old photo from like I believe the early '70s.
And I think I remember you telling me there are no Jane's addiction cards, right? Like you found
No,
none?
there's a playing card set that has Perry in it, Perry Farrell alone.
Definitely draw the line at playing cards. That
I
is
don't love them. I have a few, but I don't love them. Stone stuff, I wouldn't save any of that if I had to sell everything but 10. I mean, I like it, but it's not mission critical. Probably none of the rest of the stuff in the music. So go to another folder. I'd give the Taylor stuff to my daughter, but
that's not what we wanted to do here. Sorry, I'm not like what you call it, like
but this is a good way to just quickly survey people through the Star Wars stuff. Honestly, I love a lot of it. I got another big box of 77 foreign stuff today, but probably the only thing that would make that list is that O-Pee-Chee Luke, which you already showed.
And you bought that recently. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me see here. Wait, God damn it.
I mean, I really like the Panini 77 like stickers and stuff, but Indy, I don't think anything would make the list. Wizard of Oz, maybe one of those things. You've already showed them. Those first 4 cards, like duplicates of 2 cards, like those are all tobacco cards from 1940. I really like those a lot. I'm not sure any of them would make the list, but I might think about the big one with them in the 3 in the woods. I don't know. But we don't have to dwell on those. We already leafed through those. Let's see the film cards. I do collect. So I collect Star Wars actors as themselves. I collect Wizard of Oz actors as themselves. So I have quite a few Judy Garland cards. That card there in the upper left of the smiling guy, that's the guy who played the Scarecrow in Wizard of Oz, and that's pretty rare. I like that Marilyn Warhol thing. I just got that recently, but they probably wouldn't make that list. Got some cool Brando, but keep going. There's some early Alleganis. Here I get into the Star Wars actors as themselves. So I do collect a lot of Harrison Ford stuff. Hamill and Fisher don't have as much that I've been able to find, but they have a few things.
Hero Cruz. Is that like Christian Bale?
It's Christian Bale from Empire of the Sun in the late 80s, which was his first film.
Spielberg movie.
The Brad Pitt from Seven. I love that card, but it wouldn't make the top 10. I love Seven. So then I got the principles of the prequels as themselves. Okay, that Hitchcock card there, the black and white on the left, that might make the list. That's a pretty high grade of what is believed to be understood to believe Hitchcock's first card from 1940, 7.5 and above. That's pretty good. That might make the list. That would be in the running. I mean, that's a potentially valuable card if the non-sport stuff ever catches on more.
Yeah, I guess this is where you and I diverge. It's like not that I disagree with you, it's just what I covet, right? Like
Sure. No, I get that. Spielberg's believed first card there in a 9. That has some legs. 9 is a very hard grade. It's an old label, but that's a very hard grade for that card. I have a lot of Spielberg stuff. Nothing else would rate that high. Um, my Lucas stuff is in the Star Wars folder actually, but other than that, foursome picture, the Jaws stuff I love, but that's pretty obscure.
Yeah, I would buy these if they had the character names underneath them. You know, I never got my Einstein cards.
You didn't. I was going to ask you about that. That's bet because that guy is very trustworthy. I bought a lot of Euro stickers from him.
Yeah, I got a refund, but I felt bad because I was like, you know, it's been like 5 weeks.
Yeah, and I'm sure he had them and sent them. I
feel more bad. I feel worse for him than me because, like,
I had a Madonna thing that I've been hunting forever that from Spain that never got here in the last couple months. So I feel your pain. That cruise card from Top Gun, I don't know if it would make the 10, but that's not a little card to me with the resurgence of the Top Gun franchise.
I mean, that's one where, like, a different than, to me, like a Hitchcock. Like, he's extremely culturally relevant still, and to a generation that like, and he has no cards. It's like a weird kind of.
He's got like 2 cards from '86, and I have both of them in that collection. So,
what I mean by that, I mean he has no traditional
US card. Right. There's that Field of Dreams promo right there. The rest of the movie stuff you can skip for purposes of finding the 10 and nothing.
There was a Fight Club card.
Yeah, that's from Japan in 2005. It didn't come out close to the movie, but there's nothing else in this folder I don't think that'll rate. TV, I'm trying to even think if it's worth it. I'd probably go to Disney. Let's see. TV, I forget a little bit what's in here. I don't think anything would make top 10. I got a ton of like Peanuts and Muppets and Sesame Street. You probably don't want to see that.
You said Disney. This would make
that one for sure. The scan down, the one there with Disney and Donald, that would be on that list. There, that's like one of 2, I believe, of those 2 or 3, I think, that have ever been graded by PSA. That I love that card. That's probably my favorite Walt card. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, keep going down. There's a Mickey card that would probably be in the top 10. So there, the one on the left, the PSA 10.
Oh, this
so that, yeah, that's one of like 3 PSA 10s of that card from.
I always find it interesting because, like, I've looked at these cards, like, not 10s are easy, but you'd be very surprised that most people would at how high the average grade is.
Yeah, you can find a lot of those Castle Brothers cards, whether it's Disney or Wizard of Oz or whatever, as long as it's not the header cards you're talking about that were affixed to the front of the box. You can find a lot of the game cards in like 8s and even 9s. 10s are hard.
Yeah, it's just surprising because you'd think
that Mickey Donald with Mickey with the blue face, that's from that same set as that Walt Donald card. That might be on that top 10 list. That's really damn rare. Then I just got a bunch of stuff from the Disney films, so there's probably not going to be anything that would rate that high.
All right. Well, is there other
Salvador Dali? Maybe there would probably be a few Cubs cards that would be on there too. That Dali, I really like.
Let's focus on non-sport.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that Dali I would probably keep, even though that's an example. That's a 1.5. That's actually awesome because most of those have like shredded backs because they were all glued into albums. I really like that Neil Gaiman card because I love Sandman. And that's like from the time that Sandman was created. And then he like customized, he had as an inscription on the auto that says Sweet Dreams. I think that's really cool. But that's a sampling of 6 or 7 cards that would probably make that top 10. The others would probably be Cubs cards.
Fair enough. I don't know what when it comes to value, I don't know what cards would be. Like, that's the hard part of, like, because we're not talking about sentimental, we're talking about value, and I don't really know if I had to think about it. Like I mentioned, that LeBron sketch, that would definitely be amongst them because it just like checks a lot of boxes, like you're talking about, of just like, hey, Topps didn't make this stuff. It's just like you just won't find it type of thing. And other than that, I don't know. Like Like, I don't know if like, you know, I would go vintage Star Wars. I really am. I'm so like, so I have soured so much on vintage Star Wars right now that not that again, not look, you bought that 8.5 Luke, not Luke, not Luke.
No, I get
Like,
it.
yeah, not even like not high grade Luke, Leia, Han, Obi-Wan, Vader, but like kind of everything else. I think is
No, I get it, and you know, it did have quite a run up, and a bunch of people have gotten burned. That's why everybody's like, well, the 50th anniversary in 2027. I'm like, I'm not sure that's gonna bring it back. It might, but I doubt it. I think it's a supply demand issue, and it's out of balance.
Well, I mentioned this earlier where we're talking about like the market just not moving, like, and people saying, oh well, when the economy turns around or whatever. I'm like, that's not the problem with the card market. It's like you have like we've kind of like done a full course correction from like it's like the boom never happened on some level in pricing, but we're stuck with a lot of product. So I don't know. Like overall, I think what has to happen is that people have to. You talk about capitulation. People have to accept that a lot of cards that they thought had value have no value, and that if you still want to be involved after that, then you'll be fine.
Yeah, and like I said, I had like as a collector too, but like my side hustle flipping thing that I do on a fairly small scale, largely on ComC, somewhat on eBay too. But I went through that period. They have all the steps about sort of emotional and psychological cycles in investing, and you eventually get to capitulation. And until there's that on a widespread scale, things don't level off and start to ever go back up. I mean, I've more or less got there last year, both as a collector and as a flipper, which I claim as small business income on my taxes and everything. I try to do everything above board, but I got to a point last year where I felt like I needed to raise some money. I sold some stuff at a bad time and took a bath on it. And then I thought, like, am I going to sell this Giannis card this year? Because if not, I'm going to show a loss for the year. So then that made it easier to sort of embrace, like, maybe this is the just take my medicine moment and just reset my inventory and reset my basis in a bunch of inventory and just purge a lot of the stuff that I bought at pandemic boom prices that are not likely to come back again in my lifetime. And so that's what I did. I just took my medicine as much as I could, and I'm trying to position myself, for the future. And until that happens on a hobby-wide basis, there won't be any chance of recovery. And I do think that the macro economy is going to have a big impact. And I'm personally not confident that we're anywhere close to the real badness there and getting through it to a point of improvement. I think it's been forestalled, but I hope I'm wrong about that.
Well, I whether or not that happens or doesn't happen, my opinion is it's not going to have that big of an impact on.
You may be right, because the card market may have been so beaten down already that there isn't much more correcting to do. I'm not sure.
It to me, it's about how much free money meaning like disposable income comes into the market and where it goes, right? And right now, the secondary market for cards is not strong relative to how much it costs to buy cards, how much it costs to grade cards. So there's not a lot of dollar retention, and that's the problem. Is we for a while we had this dollar retention where $1,000 came into the hobby and we were holding 800 of it. Now 1,000 comes in and we hold 400, but then it cycles again, and that 400 is down to 160, and then it's down to 64 after a couple of cycles. So,
and I thought your analogy, never thought of it in terms. I thought your how and some of those other ancillary components of the hobby really do suck a lot of capital out of the the sloshing barrel that goes to actually purchasing cards. I think that's an interesting point. I mean, I guess it does create value as well. So I'm not sure if there's any sort of trade-off there, but I guess if the dollar pool is not unlimited, it's invariably siphoning certain money out of the purchase.
Well, I mean, you just look at it from a sense of like, yeah, it's not that grading doesn't add value. It's at scale. Is it adding? It's not. It's not a net positive to the hobby, right? Like they're more money than they add to the hobby.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting point. Like I that still has me thinking, and I haven't quite figured out my coherent thoughts on that. But one thing I just want to say, like for what I know we got to go here. Where I was looking at your shows, I'm like, how do these people talk to him for that long? And here I am. If you tack on the unrecorded part, like this is like Gone with the Wind. My God,
4 hours. That's like, I have to get off in a little bit because I have things I have to do, but I wouldn't get off because I'm bored.
No,
right?
me
like,
too. But I kind of need to go acknowledge my family and stuff. I can hear that they're home. But one thing I want to throw out there, just while I've dug my own grave with so many people already in this interview, if I hadn't already, I think people just have to accept. Like, this is my take. Could be wrong. I'm sure like the big corporate interests in the hobby space don't want to hear this, or the industry space, I guess, is more apt. But I just feel like I have to accept. I'll speak for myself. I have to accept the reality of my conclusion that, I got on this train, not a train. I got on the roller coaster a little earlier than a lot of people who are currently most visible in the hobby, but not as early as some. But it was on the ascent, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, buying a lot of stuff. Not non-sport, but buying a lot of stuff in that period. And ready to pivot to non-sport when I got bored in sports and interested in non-sport. And then we saw that crazy boom that I don't think anybody could have anticipated. A lot of that wasn't real. There was all this extra money, spec money, largely flowing in. A bunch of that that tidal wave has washed back out to sea. It left, more probably residual market participants than were here in like 2018, 2017. But we're probably not going to get back to that level of market participants that there was in 2020 or 21. And that's just not going to happen. And unless it does, the market's never going to markedly go up in the foreseeable future. I mean,
well, again, I just to interject for a second. I was like, I think we have way more market participants. My continued argument is it's just supply and demand, which there are way more many people interested, but there have been more cards graded in the last 3 years than they existed before that time. And I don't know if that's entirely
it's
accurate.
Not stopping. It's like 1.5 million a month. I mean, it's crazy.
So the amount of product there, and so what I predict will happen is the card collecting hobby is not going away. It's just that a large percentage of it is going to be worthless, like legitimately 90s junk wax worthless.
Correct. The whole junk slab thing is right. It's right.
Yeah, glorified one touches. Like, I think it's a great way to think about it.
It is a great way to say it.
Nothing wrong with it to go, like, I like my one touches. I have one touches on my desk right now. But I think the hard part's going to be everybody swallowing that. Like, I still have a hard time swallowing it. And then there's this whole element of cards that were $10, $20 that are now worth so little that they're not even worth selling. And then you have these other things of like, well, modern collectors want to rip and want their lottery ticket. So that money goes to Topps and Panini. And then the cards have to go to get grading. And then by the time we start selling them to each other, man, there's very little left. So like everybody's going to eat a piece of that. Like Topps, like Fanatics and Panini and PSA and SGC, they're not going to be able to exist the way they do. They're still living off the old days themselves. And
I don't think that's probably wrong. I'm not at all convinced at this point that this Fanatics thing is going to be like, I actually think there's a much higher likelihood that gets taught as a case study in business schools as a negative example in the future. And I will say, like, to the extent they 10x the hobby, it's only because they've helped 1/10 it first. and all these like post-pandemic circumstances. I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah, that question will be is like, 10xing what? That's when you say
If you suck in more gamblers, you're getting into sports gambling and you're just sucking in more gamblers, maybe, but that does us no good from a long-term value standpoint.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics. 10xing something is like, tell me the number you're actually going to 10x. 10xing the hobby is something you can tell me years from now. You're like, well, there's 10 times as many people going to card shows as there used to be. That's not 10xing the hobby.
Right. Well, in a way, are you 10xing people that will gamble on your new product? Because that probably is what's in your best interest. You're not 10xing the hobby. You're not 10xing the collector base, which is what's relevant to someone like me, given what I collect.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this. I don't know how to I'm continuing the process of going. I have part of my collection that I collect that is replaceable and stuff that isn't. And the stuff that's replaceable, I feel is going to zero for the most part. Or again, continuing to
it could or near zero. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, zero is just like I mentioned, a lot of cards where they're just not worth. Like you talked about ComC. One of my predictions is ComC prices continue to come down and ComC continues to raise the cost of keeping your cards there.
That's probably the fees probably will continue to go up, especially the more people use them. Unfortunately for me, as someone who buys and sells a lot on ComC, I mean, I think they deserved a lot of high fives for how they recovered from some of their dysfunctional depths of the pandemic. But lately, they've had something happen that has caused similar problems with their shipping, the timeliness of their shipping, and I really am afraid they're going to damage their public goodwill again, and that doesn't help me.
I think I know what it is that a lot of people came to understand that if I buy a ComC card not on eBay, I pay less.
Right.
And that was it. I've been in this for a long time. I'm not even sure that was always true. And I was like, oh, I can save 25% by going on ComC. And
you can often save more because the sales that people run on ComC aren't passed through to eBay. So literally there's a markup. Like if I post a card for sale on ComC for $100, it's going to appear on eBay for $105. But if I'm running a 50% sale on ComC, if you buy that card on eBay, it's going to cost $105. If you buy it from me on ComC, it's going to cost you $50.
Right. And I think that a lot of people like myself were becoming more aware of that, because also more people were sending cards to ComC, which was creating marketplaces work where you need a certain number of participants to be there. The more people use it, the more people will buy on it, which is a self-fulfilling. So I think that's what happened with ComC is they basically got too popular. Is that the
so market, you think their shipping resources got sucked over to the onboarding side?
I think both. I think that they I just got an order. I think it was a period of time. I think it was the end of last year because I had an order from December 14th that I just got. So it was 10 weeks. And I don't even have a ComC. I don't sell on ComC. So 10 weeks shipping, it was supposed to be 30 days. And it was.
Yeah, I have an order from January 1st that is still 200,000 cards away from being fulfilled.
I think they just got overwhelmed because they got too popular. That is my best guess, is that they got.
I do still like the company. I'm not trying to shit on them. I actually think that the people who founded and run that company are smart. And I think Tim Getch, or however you pronounce his name, I appreciated that he went out and took some lumps publicly during the pandemic and tried to be transparent about why things were going worse than they should be and what they were going to do about it. So I actually have a pretty high opinion of the folks at that company. But
I will tell you, my opinion of ComC is it is the most valuable asset in card collecting.
I agree. I thought Fanatics would buy it. I was terrified Fanatics would buy it as their in-house platform. I loved the eBay deal because I thought, rightly or wrongly, maybe this takes it off the table for Fanatics because I don't know that. inside
Sure,
Fanatics.
there's a way out of it. They wouldn't have basically done a deal with eBay. They took acquisition off the table for them. So
Probably, but they do see. I guess you throw enough dollars at somebody, but they do seem to want to retain a lot of control of that in that founding family.
yeah, I think that given where the hobby's at, it is the best business because a lot of this is what I think is happening. I saw it from a lot of people that I know were like, yeah, I'm just gonna send a bunch of cards to ComC. And the people you're talking to are like, yeah, I'm doing really well. And then you start looking and like there's too much inventory on ComC. And then ComC is just going to become a storage facility for cards. And they're going to increase their fees from 2 cents a month to 2.25 to 3 to 4. And then suddenly, your card, which used to be worth $5 and now is worth $1.50.
Well, at some point, they've got to do some of that on a targeted basis to encourage people to just liquidate the stuff that isn't going to sell for above a few cents. Like at some point, if people are not going to be rational as sellers, then you've got to incent them to do it. I don't know if they do that across the board, but if cards are worth like less than a quarter and they're sitting there for a couple years, yeah, they're probably going to adopt some punitive fees to get people to just donate them to charity or sell them for a penny.
It's going to take people some time. I did a little like due diligence when I was going to send some cards there to see, and I looked at like some Michael Jordan cards, and I'm like, it's Michael Jordan, how bad could it be? And they had like 1,000 of that card. And I'm like,
I heard that discussion. I will tell you my reaction to that was, and I have a vested interest, which I've described in an emotional sort of fan rooting interest for them too, which is why I do as much on there. I will tell you, I thought you were a little too blanketedly dismissive based on an example of some cards that I think it was fairly predictable that would be the case.
I think that it's the same thing as grading base cards, right? Mm-hmm. It's the exact same process that is going to happen at ComC, which is like, hey, these cards aren't valuable and everybody has them, but people thought they were worth money, so they send them in. That's not ComC's fault, right? Like That's not. I'm not blaming ComC for it. I'm just saying like they're not going to be hurt by this. There are going to be a lot of people who send cards there that are going to be hurt by this.
Yeah. And maybe they need to, I think there's value, I agree, in apprising people. Like you can't just blindly send anything in there. I mean, you got to understand their fees and how many of certain cards are already on there. You definitely can make money selling cards on ComC, but it's all about the variety of your inventory and the timing of things.
I think what you're saying is like, just like everything else, if you're sending something because you have a bunch of it and it's easy to find, well, you're commoditized on ComC. It might even be worse than being on eBay because it's all just kind of commoditized. So like everything else, if you're smart, there are going to be a lot of eyes on ComC. So if you're sending in stuff they don't have or it's different or rare, you probably do very well. But don't send in Michael Jordan base cards. And
I think, ComC probably would, hey, I do not speak for them. I have no affiliation other than what I've described as a user, as a buyer and seller. I should probably disclose to people, I don't even know what the criteria is for this. Like, I don't know if everybody who sells on ComC has like a dedicated like representative that they can deal with on issues. I do. So I just want to say that I don't know if that's like unusual at all.
Unless you're taking money from them, I don't think like literally unless they're sponsoring something you do, I would.
But I would say like just as a collector who's using it to buy and sell, and somebody who's doing that selling activity as a very small scale business, you do have to. I would just say as a rule of thumb, like it's going to cost you 50 cents in all likelihood, unless there's a special to get something listed on top of what it takes to send in. Yeah, so unless you can sell a card for $1, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to send it in.
Right. My point more with the Michael Jordans is like they're kind of $5 cards, but they're not really $5 cards. Like that, it's just I get the idea of like I'm using an edge case that you wouldn't use, but it's also an edge case of one of the most popular athletes of all time. So
if you're seeing base cards of somebody of that magnitude, it may be worth $5 according to some measure. You're probably going to have to sell it for $2.30 to get it to move anytime soon, because there's going to be a race to the bottom among the dozens of other people.
well, that's kind of my point. Is like, if you're not willing to cut your price in half, your card will probably sit there forever, because at some point those cards are going to go down to the price where the market is accurate, and it's going to cost you more to keep them there than it is the card's worth.
Although I've never made more money on ComC than in the strange circumstances of the pandemic, when their incoming shipments got shut down and then The Last Dance was coming out, because there was a finite pool of Jordans on there, and if you could control them, you could price them at anything you wanted. That was so fun.
The worst buys I ever made were Star Wars cards from ComC. I was buying raw 77 cards, like Han Solo raw rookie, $40. Like, what was I doing? I probably was.
That's a live and learn thing, right? Like, I've got examples of that too. I probably grotesquely overpaid for that OPG Luke. That may never be worth what I paid, but I'm still happy I bought it.
I don't think like that's not a card that you may have overpaid for it, but I don't think relative to what you paid for it versus what it'll be worth in the future, it was a bad move, right? Like,
you don't think it was, or you do think it was?
No, I think you overpaid, but I don't think you overpaid at a point where
it can't catch up in the future, right?
Oh, I think it will catch up very quickly. Like, it's like that's like again, a lot of the stuff I talk about Star Wars is like, you take Luke out of the equation. It's an iconic card, and anything, you're talking about OPG 8.5, which is a 9 realistically.
It's a 9 light. Yep.
And so a 9, there's something in that ilk. It's not one of those things that, the hard part about it is like, it's not super liquid, because the number of people
card over $1,000 is very liquid.
It's a niche card, but also if you put it up for a year, you're gonna, if you don't need to get out of it tomorrow, you'll do okay, right? Like,
my time horizon on that one's like 15 years, so I'll be fine.
That's kind of the point of like certain cards. Yes, you can buy a little bit less, but like, that's not what you're trying to do. Like, you always want to pay the least you can, but like, that's not like a card. Like, I don't think there's another one up there on eBay right now, right? Like, there's no.
Well, there's nothing. I mean, unless there's a 9, which would be really highly priced. I mean, there aren't any other 8.5s of OPG, so.
Yeah, I just meant like that or better. Like, I don't know. I think that's a.
I haven't gotten to open much of my mail day, obviously, because we've been talking. But I do want to show one thing, because this is just indicative of the collector me. But it is vintage Star Wars. So I love ensemble cards. You're all about the isolated solo character cards. This is my favorite image of the 3 of them together. And it's planning an escape from the 3rd series top set. But this is a Picosa Dos smaller card sticker from Spain from 77. But I love like things like that, like the 3 of them together. I try to buy examples of that card with that image in all these different products. I do the same thing with Han and Chewie Shoot It Out. I do the same thing with sighting the Death Star. There are just certain really iconic photos from the original Star Wars that I get on anything I can.
This is my problem of late, which is, so you got that today, right?
Yeah.
When does it go in a box?
Well, okay, but a little wrinkle. It's ironic because we're using the Flickr thing. It goes in a box like as soon as I, enter it in my spreadsheet and take a photograph and put it on Flickr. But I'm kind of virtually getting it out of the box a lot because I look at my cards on Flickr a lot and enjoy them. And it also helps me remember what I have and formulate strategies for, okay, looking at all these in this way photographically, what's kind of missing? Like, what should I target next? So I actually enjoy the cards a lot, even though I don't physically handle them a lot.
That is fair. That's a fair way of looking at it. Me, this is a friend of mine gave me a top loader binder, and I put a lot of cards in there that I like. I go through that once a week, usually when I'm putting something in there. The rest of my collection, I just don't see. And I'm not, what you have, you've put a lot of time into building your Flickr out. That's not going to happen for me. So it's part of like, again, I am not putting down how other people collect. I am trying to.
It's a valid question.
No, it's just like it's part of what has changed in me of like I really do want less. Like I'm trying to. I've invented ways to expand my collection. That's what collecting is. I've changed that because of that fact of, all right, when it gets too big, certain things cease to be special.
That's true. And I feel that about my own collection as well. Even though I like the stuff, I feel like I should pare down a bit over time. My problem is that often gets confused in the hobby with, this is one of my pet issues too. I'm interested in your reaction with the concept of consolidation, which I think a lot of bigger money, bigger profile collectors preached as a means of sinking more of your churned equity into bigger and bigger cards. And I remember 2 or 3 years ago, before the drop started, I tried to get a couple of commentators, with shows who I was bantering with on IG at that time, to do a discussion about what are the risks of consolidation in that way. And the example that I used was, it's always great to own $1 million home until you try to sell $1 million home into a down market. And nobody wanted to hear that or discuss that then.
Again, it's not complicated. It's like, if you look at any type of investing, do you want to own a mutual fund or do you want to own a singular stock?
Right. It's anti-diversification. That's what consolidation is, which I don't think a lot of people appreciate.
It's like you're just putting all your eggs in one basket. If it goes up, you're doing great. If it goes down, you're just, essentially you're increasing variance. So I do.
Well, where are all the people, by the way? Like, you probably listen to some of these shows too, maybe not as much on the sports side, but I know this is just a statement of the obvious, but still, I just chuckle about it. All these people who in 2021 had these $500,000 Luka collections and these $300,000 Kobe and LeBron, $1 million LeBron collections, who were on every goddamn show. Now, I don't even know if they still exist. They may have floated off into space for all I know.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about being drunk on your own power. We've talked like I had some exposure to some friends who were heavily involved in NFTs and crypto, and I watch a friend make $1.5 million in a weekend.
Wow!
And I also watched him lose 1.2 of it back.
Yep.
And it really hurt him, like mentally, So there's, and I'm the same way. We're both like, hey, what? I can't, Sasha T, whatever the fuck that guy's name was. It's like, what happened to him? Well, you know what? He might actually be mentally broken. Like, I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying, like, some of these people who like made a shit ton of money and then lost it back, man, that can't be easy on you. And that, like, so you're talking about consolidation. I think what is essentially during that time, people didn't want to trade 4 quarters for $1, and now they all want to trade $1 for 4 quarters. Because they can move the 4 quarters, right. They can't move the dollar.
They can use the quarters in those little twisty gum machines, right? Not $1.
I don't like, if you talk to people who sell, they're like, once you get above a certain price point, things don't move. And
it's like that Giannis card. It's a great card, but any card over $5,000, like, there just ain't much of a market for it. Any card really today over $1,000, there's a very limited market for it.
Yeah, well, that's kind of that. So to me, I personally would like to be consolidating now. Like you were talking about, you said.
Because it's advantageous because you're getting so much value for your dollar.
And on top of it, like, one, it's just, I think that going forward, we're going to see this bifurcation of the just average and shitty to the really valuable. And the average and shitty is going to be worthless. And like, you're just gonna want the better cards. Like during the boom, why it was working out so well is because there were so few of those rare cards and everybody was bidding for them. And now there are no bidders, so people need to get where the bidders are. And in the future, you're gonna there are not gonna be any bidders for the garbage.
I don't disagree with you at all, and I agree. This is it's a good time to have taste. it's a good time to have taste and some cash and some analytical foresight and a long time horizon.
Well, I think again, when you talk about consolidation, like, I saw some post, and I see stuff on Twitter sometimes where I want to be like, I don't say anything because I don't really comment about the hobby on Twitter, but it was like somebody says, this is the best buyer's market ever. And I'm like, and somebody's like, what are you buying? He's like, everything. I'm like, why? Just wait 6 weeks. You can buy for 30% less.
Right.
Like,
It's definitely a deflationary psychology. I mean, there's basically, let's just call it what it is. I mean, regardless of the broader economy, there relative to where things got, there is a depression going on in the card market right now.
Ubiquitous. It's not everywhere. There are places that aren't, but like
there are pockets of strength.
I don't want to take fresh cash and put it in the cards right now. Like,
and I am a little bit, but not indiscriminately. I really am thinking like, am I going to get another shot at this? Is this something where I might not see this again until the price is much higher?
Right. And that's but ultimately though, what like you had mentioned, like I'm going to sell some of my lesser Star Wars stuff to pay for, like, that's what I would definitely want to be doing. Where it's like, hey, yeah, I won't get perfect prices on this other stuff these bunch who are using the analogy of 4 quarters for $1. Maybe I'm only getting 80 cents on the dollar there, but I'd rather have 5 quarters for $1 right now, because I think those quarters are going to be worthless, and I think the dollar is going to be $1.
Yeah, and I am doing it in that regard in pockets of my collection. So I don't mean to poo-poo the concept. In general, my only point is I don't think people were really talking about sort of the baked in risks of doing that consolidation. Like if you're rolling up all your cards into one or two like $25,000 card, you probably just lost 95% of what you had in cards. Like that's a huge risk.
20% of what I lost in my collection is one card, right? So like,
is it really? What is that card?
The Han Solo PSA 10, which it's not on what
number 4.
Not what I paid for it, but on what it was worth, right?
Well, and I told you about my Giannis, right? Like I'm still 5x up, but I could have been 40x up or whatever it was.
Like, again, that's not but we're just talking about the idea of consolidation. My idea there is like, and the market, like you're talking about, hey, I might not get a chance to buy this again. I think what I would want to do is try to get money, especially if you have a decent investment in cards, basically find a trade machine to get into those better cards. Like, it doesn't mean you're actually doing a trade, but if you're selling some of it, that's what I recommend. And that for me,
I don't think that's bad advice. In fact, even with that Giannis card, I've even thought about getting it back from where it's at now and putting it up on Instagram, just saying, anybody want this that'll give me like X value in like $50 to $100 cards, basically.
Yeah, I'm the other way. Like I'm the other way now, because like that's what you should have done before. Now I'm like, I don't know that card, right?
Yeah,
like,
right. Fair enough.
I'll give the example of like, if you took $50 slabs to buy the OPG 8.5 Luke, I think that was a good move, because I think those $50 slabs are going to be worth $10 soon.
At the end of the rainbow, it'll probably be effectively something like that.
And it'll be easier to sell. Like that's a little bit of what I would have liked to have done. If I could go back 6 months, the weird part about it is I'd probably grade a lot more and be getting out of it. Because I talked about like these 10 and $5 to $20 cards that if I graded, I could get the money out of them. But now I can't, because it's not worth the risk to grade now. And the market's too bad. And
nobody wants them raw unless they're like super limited.
And they're just too, again, you could buy do you want to buy a raw card for $20 or a PSA 10 for 40? Like,
yeah.
Or 50, or like, it's just too hard right now.
Well, and I just, in general, look, the to the extent the hobby is broke, I mean, it has to do with macroeconomic stuff and everything for sure, but also people just got stupidly greedy. Like in PSA, frankly, I mean, I know they're supposed to make money, but I really think that they could have earlier calibrated their pricing to disincent the mass submission of a bunch of junk and still gotten high fees for stuff that deserved to be graded. And I know setting that mark is tough, but they do it all the time to regulate their inflow. So
my personal opinion on them is like, I understand that they should have just shut down earlier. That's it. That's what broke the hobby. That is what broke the hobby because it basically choked off the idea of, it created this false sense of
scarcity
that we were never going to have at the worst possible time. And actually increasing grading fees real quickly and then cutting it off is what exploded the hobby. Because you're looking at it, you're like, oh, I was going to have to pay $100 to grade this card at PSA. So how can I not buy a PSA 8 of this Han Solo card for $90 or $150? Like, so if they had, because they knew this early on that they had too many cards, they should have just shut down or limited or all the things that they could have done. And the hobby would have gone up on this angle and it wouldn't have crashed down. And you would have retained a lot of the money, a lot of the people, because people,
it's not all on PSA though, right? Like people's greed, and greed's always going to be there. It's one of the most powerful human motivators.
I don't think they set out to destroy the market, but
but there's way too many people that were just like doing the money printing base slabbing thing, and that worked too well for too long until it didn't, and that's what fucking broke the whole thing.
Right, but if they hadn't been shut down for like the period they were, there would have been a steady, like a market that could have adjusted. They really, again, they didn't do it on purpose, but it doesn't mean they couldn't have done it better. I think if you go back, you definitely would have shut down earlier, kept a steady flow, slowly raised the prices, moved things around. Like nothing was going to stop it, but they really lit a fire and gasoline, and then eventually it burned out. But I think
now they get their reward for all that is they get to coming full circle. They get to buy their arguably next most viable inferior competitor.
And on top of that, they, like we talked about earlier, is that they become the tax on the hobby. That, like I was just saying, is like I would have gone back and graded these cards, not because they're super gradable, but because I could have moved them, right? So now it becomes a requirement, so that even though they fucked up and destroyed a whole lot of the way the hobby functions, they now have wedged themselves in to be such an integral part of selling cards that we may not be able to function without them.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential truth to that. I'm really going to have to soul search a little bit. Like I said, I had planned to grade some more things from my personal collection in the next couple of years, some with PSA, some with SGC. In light of all this and how I feel about it and how disgusted it makes me feel, I'm really going to have to reevaluate that plan. But I will say I'm not going to be a hypocrite because of what you just said. If and when I definitively decide to sell something significant, I will absolutely have it graded by PSA, because I just don't think you can get anything like fair value out of it unless it's in that slab right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, my hardest part is that the most of the stuff that it's just hard. But
that's why I believe they basically have a distorted level of market power, even in relationship to their market share, because of that, what we just said about the secondary market and the realities and perceptions of the secondary market. They have an advantage that is even higher than their market share.
Yeah. I mean, I think their combined is that their market share combined with the idea that grading is a necessity. When those magnify, they're full force multipliers, and that's why, like you're talking about, when you're talking about like I was going to grade some stuff, the question is, why wouldn't you? Like the answer is, if you're not going to sell it, then you probably don't want to grade it.
Not now, but I kind of did before, just because it's like, well, a lot of my other really, really nice cards are graded. There's a continuity.
But there's also like a, being a little like penny wise, pound foolish, or bite your nose, spite off your face. Because I've done that. And I've got like 5 cards here that like absolutely should be graded. Like, absolutely. Like, I'm only not grading them because I'm angry at something. Like realistically, like and I'm like, well, I don't know. It's a weird thing of like,
No, I get it. I probably got 650 or 60 cards that should be graded, even according to the litmus test. But I'm in that boat now too. Like, I'm not going to do it because I'm mad at you. I don't think you should be allowed to do this, and I'm pissed.
They're just a handful of cards that I'm like, they're grade worthy. They're like, I can't separate my brain of like, this is a logical thing to do. Again, PSA. So probably next to Spirit Airlines, the worst customer service I've ever experienced. And Spirit's a meme, but like I had to fly Spirit a lot. And they're absolutely horrible. But PSA is like really close.
Yeah, and I've dealt with them directly so limitedly. I cannot speak to that, although that does not shock me. One thing I will say in defense of my impulse to grade some things too, and I have no idea what your circumstances are, but I do, and I don't want to be like a reluctant, indirect infomercial for any grading company, but I do, with a wife and daughter who don't know anything about cards. My daughter does a little. I point out to her like the stuff like, hey, don't just let somebody walk out with these. But I think it'd just be easier for them to send everything off to one of the auction houses and get some money quickly out of it if more of it was graded. If something suddenly happens to me, I mean, that's another consideration. But
I agree. I did a video a while back of like why you grade. Like why you grade. You grade to protect your cards. You grade to know what you have. Like you collect certain things where it's like, hey, that's a 3. If a 5 comes along, I'd probably want to buy it because I'd want to upgrade. There's aesthetics, value and easier to sell. Like value is just one factor. But I think I'm so caught up in it, like the idea that PSA hasn't run a non-sports special in almost a year. They ran Star Wars last May. They haven't run a non-sports special in a year. And that, when they do a special, you have to pay their $100 collector, which mine is expired. Like there's just a lot of these like
I just don't want to give that. I mean, I will indirectly, but I just don't want to give them my money. I feel the same way about Golden. I Ken Golden, I'm probably his least big fan in the entire hobby. I just don't want to spend my money with those people, so I won't. Right? Like people who say, if you don't like it, don't watch it. If you don't like it, don't spend your money. Okay, I get it. I won't.
Yeah, well, that's the problem here, but it's a little bite your nose to spite your face, but at
one point I would say, well, harkening back right to the whole like market share bullshit and all that, is at some point, if I ever want to liquidate my cards, I kind of have to, right? For the exact reason. And maybe that's part of why I get pissed off. It's like, I want to be like, fuck you guys. You're never getting another dollar from me, but I know I'm going to have to give you my money at some point.
And I'm in that balance of like the cards I want to get graded are cards I absolutely don't want to sell. Like I have no intent. Like these are the cards, like maybe not the high value ones, but these are either high value that I won't sell or emotional ones that I don't want to sell, but I want to protect and like all the other things. And I'm like, I don't want to give them my money because I'm just essentially sending them a few $100s to give me a glorified one touch that I can't break. And that, so I know what I have if another one comes on the market. I'm like, I don't want to give them money because they've essentially like, God, why can't I think of the word? Extorted me into doing this. Because that's what I feel is like it's extortion of you've wedged yourself so much into this hobby that I feel, like that it's gunpoint. But
well, the PSA thing, and I know we got to go, but the PSA thing is galling to me in a related sense, in that people who know me from like my Cubs collecting days know I hated PSA. I thought their holders looked and felt cheap. I hate their flip to this day. It looks like it was barfed up by a 1992 dot matrix printer. They feel flimsy. I know a lot of people don't like Beckett's holders and everything in their flips. I kind of did. I really preferred that. But I've had by necessity. It's either stop collecting, or if you want graded cards, you got to start buying PSA slabs, because that's the only thing in the market. And even if it's not, it's the only thing that holds any value. So I feel like you talk about coercion or whatever. I feel like I've been coerced into buying a lot of their shit the last 5 years.
That also gets back to that core, like, are you having fun? Are you having fun? And
I still am, but I don't like that part of it.
Well, again, it's like it nips at it. Every flea bites, like that type of thing. It's like, okay, it makes it a little less fun, right? That there's like, I actually enjoyed grading because it was like, I don't rip. So it was a fun gamble. You send your cards in. Like I was playing where I thought the deck was stacked in my direction, and they took that away from me. Not as even necessarily in the market took it away in value, and they took it away from bad customer service and pricing and not all these different things. So it's not like it's all these little things that extract the fun out from it. And I just have to balance it myself. But yeah, I'm just thinking through, like, I'm telling you, there are 5 cards that have to go to PSA, like have to. Like
and I think at that point, you have to be a realist, and you just have to choke it down. Like, unless or until there's another viable alternative in the market, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm waiting for a sale. Well, if there's a sale, I'm going to have to pay the $100 collector's thing. And like right now, they would cost you how much, and how much you're going to say? Like, these are not $1 million cards. They're
honestly, if I have to do it, I submit them through ComC's like bulk submission service now, because then I don't have to deal with them directly. I'm paying ComC and they're paying PSA, so it gives me some like insulation on a psychological, even though that's ridiculous. But
I really am being penny wise, pound foolish, because it's like, I want to set enough. It's just stupidity stuff. Like, I want to save on the shipping. They're going to run a sale. I'm like, this is $40 that you're going to save on these 5 cards or something. It's like, just I don't know.
That is one, as we get ready to break, and if you've watched this whole thing, like, what is wrong with you? Like, get something going on.
Why I say that at the end of this, like, if God forbid you're still here, I'm sorry that this is your life.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say that one other way where we differ, and I remember thinking this in one of your last series of episodes, you were talking about, how just an important part of the game and the exhilaration you get from it is just getting that good deal. I'm much more of the, if I want it, I'm just going to buy it. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about, am I saving myself $20 by, being a son of a bitch about this? Like, I just don't have time or patience for that. Whereas I get that that's a thrill for a lot of people. I just don't feel that.
It's also a different, like, mindset from life. Like I mentioned that I played poker. I did daily fantasy. A lot of what I do for work is finding a 3% edge and just repeating it. So like, it's very hard to be like, I'm going to throw away $5 on a $5 card for shipping. It's like, my brain is to be like, no.
And it's funny that you mentioned that professional dimension, because there's one to my perspective too, in that given what I've done for a living, I've usually had way more money than time. And so I don't like wasting time on things that aren't that important to me, even if I have to spend a few more dollars. Neither one is right or wrong. It's just a difference of perspective.
It's absolutely, like, my profession is, you figure out how to do it right, and then you repeat it and you print money. Yours is, every second I'm doing this is money. And they're just different. Mine is all about preparing a process properly so that you can repeat and print money. Yours
and it's not just that in my profession your time is very measurable in dollars. It's also that the profession has demanded so much of my time that when I'm doing something in my private life, I don't want to waste a lot of time if it's just a matter of a sum difference that is somewhat insignificant to me.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. That's not what it's about with me. It's not about the money. Like, it's not about the money. Like, that's the point. That's exactly what I'm just saying.
You enjoy the process.
The process is the joy for me.
Right.
Right? It's like, I have to figure, like, I call it Rubik's cubing. I do it in all parts of my life, where I'm like, there's a perfect solution here. I have to figure it out. It's what I do, but it's where my joy is. But it's not I need to save the $3 in shipping. That's not. Of course, I'm a cheap bastard, so I'm not going to argue that. But it's like, it's never going to impact my life. And it's one of the hardest things that I have to explain to people about the way I collect it. They're like, "Are you poor?" I'm like, no. Like, no.
Well, I get that.
No card is going to affect my life. It's just how I am.
No, I get it. It's interesting. It's an interesting perspective. You know, there's a lot of people I think in the hobby that are really into data and charts and that analysis and stuff. That just isn't how my brain works. What you're describing is also not how my brain works. Like that isn't my strength. That isn't my passion.
Yeah, it's not even. It's like, again, it's not a conscious thing. It's just how I'm wired, right? It's just how I'm wired to find the weak spot in markets and exploit them. It's just
I'd rather be wired like that. That's fun. Which criticize immediately start looking at something and think, what is the worst case scenario and how do we start to plan against those risks? And that can be a very unfun way to go through life, but that's how I've been conditioned to look at the world.
Don't worry, I do that too. Like I've explained it as like when we're working on a business, I have gone through all the green grass and pastures and rainbows and found the deep dark place that we can eventually hit. And people are like, why are you there already? I'm like, because I want to be ready for it.
I think the smart people are. I'd like to think that. Maybe that's self-serving, but well, in any event, I should probably go. But man, this has been super fun. Like I never thought it would feel effortless to talk for 5 hours about cards, but I needed it. I appreciate it. I needed this after the couple of weeks that I've had outside of the hobby. So
I am happy to provide it. I appreciate you coming on. This is my skill. This is what I do. Like, again, it seems effortless when you're outside of here. Meaning like people don't know how we talk this long. They don't know how it works, how we keep it entertaining. I don't know.
I don't know if it was. I hope it was. I hope people get something out of it. But
it's entertaining to 500 people in this world. So
it was intellectually stimulating debate, but also there was like a confessional quality and also like kind of a laying on a couch in a psychotherapist office quality.
It's cathartic, right? It's cathartic because nobody else wants to hear these thoughts, right? Like that's the reason we do this. It's because your wife or your daughter might listen to you, but they're not listening. Where I'm going, yeah, I get it. I get why you like that Tom Cruise card and then why that Madonna's card is special. Like I'm actually hearing what you're saying, whereas nobody else really does. They're going to be like, oh, you like Madonna cards? That's cool. That's nice.
Even like, you're kind of sad, dude. Like, have you seen her lately? You're kind of sad. Yeah, I know. I know.
It's
a really fun hobby. It is. It's a really fun hobby. I think I need to get back to it being more of a hobby and not get caught up in a lot of the extraneous shit. And I don't know how successful I'll be at that because I've just always been drawn to that like moth to the flame, I guess. But that's on me. That's my responsibility to figure out how to be happier.
And why I've withdrawn and not doing as much content, not as much. It's like I want to collect in private a little more. Like not because like that's how I'm going to end up, but like I need to reset. Like I don't know. I mentioned earlier, I had these other hobbies that I'm still interested in, even though I don't participate as much. And I think we all need like to step back and wherever it ends up, it ends up. Do you know what I mean? Like the ultimate key is to be happy, to enjoy yourself. If the hobby is not making you happy or enjoying it, step back for a little bit. Maybe it'll come back. And if it doesn't, find something else that makes you happy.
True. And I've done that with other hobbies where I got exasperated. I will say, because I don't want to give people a false impression, I still believe that all things tallied, that this is a net positive in my life. I also firmly believe it could be more of a net positive if I approached some things a little differently.
And the only way you know, like that's somewhere where I'm kind of, it's like the only way you know if they could be better if you approach them differently is to approach them differently, right? Yeah. You got to try. Like you iterate in life, you try. Like,
but I applaud you. I applaud you doing the thing in just yourself for a while in relative quiet. I did that for several years. I mean, I didn't join Instagram until I don't even know, was it 2020 or something? And I had been off Blowout since I think like early or late 17. So I collected very, very avidly there for a couple, 3 years in relative obscurity with only contact with a couple of people who I knew from Blowout. And I was fine. I would argue I may have been happier back then.
Yeah. I mean, I still like, I don't know if you use Discord. You should join.
I don't like it.
Yeah, the only reason I'm pointing out is that there are a group of people who collect non-sports cards that are in there, and they're hard to find who are sane, right? And we talk, like sometimes we'll get in the lines, like, so like, it's not like I disappear. It's just, we talked about the drunk with power or whatever being on YouTube or whatever else does to you. Like, would rather just talk with people in private, or not the pressure. Pressure's the wrong word. Of like we talk about, there's responsibility. There's people like
you get the blowback from assholes like me, right? When you don't deserve it, and
that part of it matters less than like I really. The people have been very nice to me over time and complimentary. And number one thing, like, tell me that they enjoy my content, because I'm a content consumer. So I know how much I enjoy other people's content. So that people like what I do makes me feel guilty when I don't do it for them. And that's a weird kind of.
Yeah, I guess I can see that.
You just said it before. I missed you.
Yeah, I did. But I respect where you're coming from. I mean, that's selfish of me to feel that way. For sure. Well, all I'll say is I hope even if we both go back into our relative holes and shells or whatever, I hope to continue to have communication with you regularly on a private basis. And I selfishly hope you keep doing the show in some capacity.
I am. I just am not. There's just no promises to, like I said, if you hadn't contacted me, I don't know, like, when the spirit moves me, we'll do it, because that'll be interesting. If I come on here and tell you this is why you should collect Back to the Future 2 cards, you won't like it, because it'll just be me trying to get 3 more subscribers on the march to like more subscribers. So
I will say, for what it's worth, and this is just a thing. This is actually not meant to be anything non-positive. After I did Ryan's show after a year, a few weeks ago, it was so fun. I felt like I'd really like to do that again soon, because I feel like I still have more to maybe say. Now I've said probably way more than I should have, and we've gone on long enough that I think I got it out of my system. I'm really glad I did it, but I think I can safely go away for a really long time now.
I don't agree with you. I tell myself that. I think it's always about the topic, right? When you were like, I want to come back on and show you what I got. It works like well, again, it's hard to because you try to come up with it. When you were like, these are the 5 cards that I would think about, if I had to sell everything. Those are fun exercises that in the future you'll be like, you'll come up with those things that you'd want to share. You're like, you know what? If the house burned down, these are the 10 cards I'm getting. Or if I had to tell somebody to buy some cards, or if I were to, those thoughts that get you hitting those eBay searches, those are the things you'll want to talk about. I think you've gotten out all the vitriol of the things that anger you, but the things that excite you.
Oh no, that's an inexhaustible well. No, it's helped. It's helped.
Well, I know that feeling. Like, that's, like I said, that's part of the reason I don't do as much, because I just want to come on here and like, you're all morons. They're all going to zero. Stop grading your cards. Stop giving your stop buying packs. Topps is putting out 500. It's like, all right, man. I was just having fun. I had a terrible week and I wanted to open a box of cards. You don't have to tell me my wife is going to leave me. So.
Well, I appreciate people who are candid and who are thoughtful and introspective and intellectually honest. I mean, the people who just want to hear fucking rah pom-pom smoke blown up their ass, just okay. But I respect people who are willing to just say what they think and believe, regardless of any sort of agenda or communitarian popularity impulse or whatever.
I think Rogue One cards are going to go to the moon. Like, I do, and that's actually an honest take. Like, I really do. Like, so I'm not all.
I think you're on to it with Marvel. I think the Rogue One stuff, the Cassian stuff, especially, is a passion thing for you, which I respect and like. For me, Jin is the Rogue One person to target, but I hope you're right.
Well, I just said Rogue One. I mean, the reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm not all doom and gloom, and there are things I love and I care about, sure. And there are reasons, and they are microcosms of the reason that I love the broader card market, and that now the way it is, you have to kind of focus in. And there are positive things that I believe in. And I
sure. And I think you care, right? And I guess as much as I'd like to convince myself that I don't, I wouldn't have this passion, good or bad, if I didn't care, right? Like, which is why I'm here, I guess. So, you know,
there are tons of
gotta
things
be-
like, you know, Simpsons to South Park, Family Guy. I would buy all of those things, but I wouldn't buy PSA 10s for $500. You want to go buy a set for $11, grade it, get your thing. Like, the market has shifted. There's positive things, but we can't just sit here and go, hey, you can do things the way you used to. You can, you know, keep on. Like, you have to, just as we've talked about being malleable people, the people who are watching this, change, iterate, be different, be open to the idea you were wrong. And that if you're open to the idea you're wrong, either you'll be, if you decide you were right, you will be that much stronger in your belief. And if you decide you were wrong, then you can figure out how to fix it. And
yeah, and I've always hated that throughout my life, although I'm getting better at it in the last few years as I've gotten north of 50. So I guess I'm finally growing up a little bit, maybe. But yeah, you do have to know when to cut bait in your life, whether it's relationships or it's a hobby or it's investments or it's a job or whatever. Like, you need to be honest with yourself, and you got to seize the responsibility for your own happiness. No one else gives enough of a shit.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody, just remember, nobody really cares about you. Almost nobody. Maybe your mom, maybe a couple of people. Other than that, you're just a person to make their life better. And I don't mean that like negatively. It's
No,
just
I think you're right. I mean, I know there are people with a lot more optimistic view of life. They're probably, maybe they're happier. I don't know if they are or not, but I agree with you.
Since I was about 10 years old, I really felt like there's no such thing as an altruistic act. It's like you do things because, like, I help the poor because it makes me feel good. Yes, helping the poor is good, but I also feel good about doing it. Therefore, but again, we don't need
what I will say about myself, and the last maybe parting comment is, you know, sometimes people are like, oh, don't you regret saying that, or don't you regret doing that? And I'm like, no, I kind of wish that I did, but the reality is that I don't really do anything thoughtlessly. If I say something provocative or I do something provocative or maybe over the line, I've consciously decided to do that for some reason. Now, am I going to necessarily always feel good about that rationale down the road? Maybe not, but I don't really do anything thoughtlessly and by accident. So I own it. I try to own it.
That is, I'm an emotional person who will absolutely open his mouth and God knows what the hell is going to come out of it.
Well, me too, but I can't say that I didn't mean what I said, even if it was kind of a rant.
Yeah. I mean, that's another, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I always think of like a week before my dog died and he was being a bastard. And I was like, motherfucker, I will take you outside and I will dig a hole. And he was dead a week later. And I was like, did I mean that? Yeah, I did. He was being a fucking nightmare. Do I regret it? Yeah,
I've had that feeling too with some aging pets. I've had that too. And that's the thing, like, a lot of people think I'm just such a hard ass jerk. You know, I've actually been with my wife now for 30 years, almost, not married. I have a daughter who's 23 who I'm very close to, and I am an animal lover, especially dog lover. So there are softer sides of my personality, even though I'm kind of an amiable asshole. Like, and I always have been, that dichotomy. And I'm kind of a gregarious misanthrope too. And so I like the fact that you get those internal contradictions. And
I'm the type of person where, like, I always look for the edge cases. Like we're talking about, like, I never say anything that I don't mean. I'm like, yeah, but I mean it, but I don't mean it. Like, I always, like, I remember driving with my girlfriend and I'd be like, somebody would cut us off and be driving real fast. She'd be like, motherfucker. I'd be like, yeah, but they could be, could be somebody bleeding in the car and they need to get to the hospital. I'm like, it's not true, but, like, let's think of something that explains that moment. Let's look for the reason why it could be true. It doesn't mean, again, it's just a way, we're talking about how you're wired. Like, I am wired to, there's basically no universal truths. The only universal truth is there are no universal truths.
I'm not sure I'd be that absolutist, but I get where you're coming from.
It's just the idea of, like, that's how fucked up and sick my mind is. It's like, you think about, like, do you have, I open my mouth. I always mean what I say, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't take it back.
Yeah, that's fair. And I can't say that I never have any regrets, but I also know myself well enough to know that if in that moment I felt the way that I did, I was always going to do what I did because that's just sort of how I am.
Yeah, and we talk about getting older and getting better. It's like I've learned to not. I've learned to manage those parts of my personality.
No, making people wonder even more how somebody could stay with me for 30 years. This is actually the more tranquil, patient, tolerant version. Like you can imagine.
I
was
get
like my.
I think I went part of the reason that why you and I are talking, we're still talking, was that it was like God, I can't think of the right terminology, but a worthy adversary type of thing. Like when you came, when you were again giving me a talking to, which we talked about, I was like, if you had been like some person who was like, meh, 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 I was like, okay, let me see if I can defuse this bomb, right? Like it wasn't like a that type of thing. So I think you and I have like that respect. So I understand what you're talking about with how you're with your wife and that idea of like, I get how difficult you could be, right? Because defeating you in an argument must be absolutely exhausting.
Yes. And I think equally exhausting is just like trying to just not even engage in the arguments after a while.
Well, that's the man. But again, this is me turning a mirror on myself of like, there are times in my life I'm like, why is nobody like coming to my aid or like trying to help me sort through things in my life? I'm like, oh, because I'm a fucking nightmare. Like,
yeah, I think exhausting is a good term to describe me. And it's why, I have a very small handful of intense friendships or relationships with everybody other than my wife and daughter and my mom, but they all run their course. Either I get tired of them or they get tired of me. And I just kind of know that's going to happen. And I try to enjoy the ride, but that I've got like one lifelong friend, and
I mean, I've got a few, but I think most of them are the ones who know to be like, okay, he's on one right now. Just let him go, let him cook, like or again, I've gotten these are people that I respect enough that when they give me a dirty look, I'm like, okay, I'm over the line.
There are some people that have that control of me. Frankly, you might have that control of me now. I mean, I respect where you're coming from. I respect intelligence. I respect people that are smart and think about why they feel certain ways and why they do certain things. Even if I don't agree with it, I respect it. And I think one of my residual frustrations is that is just a dying trait.
Well, because it's a frustrating thing to be like, maybe I'm wrong, right? Like you only want to fight with somebody who's like, no, die in the wool. I'm going to die on this hill. I'm right. You're wrong. There's like, you don't like, it's like, again, it's like fighting in quicksand. Like it's why we talk about exhausting. It's like, yeah, I'm going to argue with you, but like, and I'm going to give and take. And that's not what's going to be fun for you. It's why, again, your wife, you mentioned, can deal with you. She's probably knows now to be like I said, he's on one, just let him go. Or if she gives you that look, you're like, oh, okay, she knows me well enough to know, like I know her well enough to know I'm over the line. I should
I'm just like a tyrannical toddler that'll just tire myself out eventually and curl up and go to sleep. I think that's how she views me most of the time. But life is fun. As long as I have my goddamn cards, I'll be sort of happy. That's good enough for me, right?
Yeah, I like to sort of happy because I'm like I'm the happiest miserable person you'll ever meet.
I get that. A lot of my misery, I think, is because maybe I can't be fully happy or content, but maybe it's just that I fundamentally don't really want to be, and that I find motivation or fuel or something in that is kind of like a sick, like adrenaline thing. I don't know.
I'm a believer that happiness is fleeting and it comes in moments and spits and spurts. And
I agree. I've tried to tell my daughter that, like, don't believe the Disney shit, right? Like, happiness is not a perpetual state. It's momentary interruptions from the rest of life.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote a book about like one of the dog books I wrote, and it's this constant theme of the sun and the rain. We wouldn't appreciate the sun without the rain. We wouldn't. There's just everything works together, and I wish I were probably half glass full. I always say not half glass full, not half glass empty. Glass has 500 milliliters of water in it. Like that's me. Like I don't want to tell you I'm not optimistic. I'm not pessimistic. I am realistic. And people
I don't
like
think I don't think I can appreciate PSA without the not PSA. So somebody please give me a not PSA that isn't CGC and their ridiculous fucking flip or whatever. I mean that isn't even real to me.
I don't think you're gonna have to worry about it. I think I'm just telling you that either there'll be an alternative or the market's gonna implode. Right? Like it's not like I remember the 2008 financial crisis. I was working with some people who were heavy into like a bunch of different real estate. It was a family, and I was talking to the son. He's like, I talked to my dad, and these people were uber wealthy. And he's like, my dad said either it's going to work out or it's not. And I know that sounds simple, but it was like this is a guy who had made millions and millions of dollars, and his thing was, what the fuck are you going to do? Right? Like, what the fuck are we going to shout at PSA and SGC and they're going to listen to us? No.
Right. Or fanatics.
It's going to work out or it's not going to work out. And like, therein lies the difference between the miserable happiness of you mentioned of like, I need to stay off social media, but I can't look away. And those are the hard parts.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I guess the one thing that's just always galled me, and it's people aren't going to change, companies aren't going to change, but don't send your little minions out to all the social media outlets talking about how much you care about the community and all that shit, because you don't.
This is the hard part. This is the hard part that you have to get, and that I have recently been learning more. They're not talking to you. They don't want you. They don't want me. We're
That's
difficult true. People who they're not going to extract a lot of money out of. We're not who. Again, I was raging against Whatnot, and then I was like, "This is fucking Dave and Buster's. This isn't card collecting." And I was like, "I'm done." I'm like, "I get it. I'm out." And it's the same thing. Peter from SGC, he wasn't talking to you. He was talking to the idiot who just sent 500 Topps baseball base cards there. He's not talking to you. He's not making his money off you.
Let me just say, I cannot fucking wait for the reveal video of that, because I like nothing more than watch people fucking open their graded card stuff. I actually don't watch that because it annoys me so much. I did stop that, but yeah, I'm just.
I used to like it. I also used to like still one of my favorites is when people resubmit or crossover. Because there was one guy who was like resubmitting to PSA, and all it did was fulfill my bias. He's like, "Yeah, here's a 7. I sent it back. I got a 9." And he would just do it over and over again. I'm like, "Yeah, there you go." Like I don't have to do it. Like he was just doing my job for me. Like he was like, "I always wondered."
The trading card thing, of all the things I've collected in my life, it's the most enjoyable cesspool that I've ever swum in. And that's somebody who spent his entire career around fucking litigation attorneys. And I think this hobby has a level of just residual scumbaggery that I have not encountered in many other areas of life. But I still love it. I can't help it. I still love it.
I just think I don't know what I'm trying to I just think you care. I think in other parts of your life, you probably just don't care.
I care and I don't want to. Maybe that's my fundamental problem. I'd like to care less, but I do care, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I really don't. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say about, but I don't think I care enough for it to upset me like it used to.
I think we're probably exhausting the internet. So,
yeah.
But thank you so much for taking the time. I know this was a lot more time than we each expected, but I had fun.
Yeah, I did too, and I apologize to anybody who's still watching. But I will again. Yeah, maybe it will be another year, or maybe it won't be. We'll figure it out. But I want to thank you, Chad, for coming on. On your way out, I will try to. Do we have any more theme music for Chad?
A collector desire.
Please send that to me. And if anybody has any questions about anything you see in my collection, I'll still be reachable on Instagram, even if I'm less active there, or you can email me at darthbryzzo@gmail.com or whatever.
Oh wait, you went into a different version. All right, I got to turn that off before it goes into. I have like 8 versions of.
I want the reggae. I think I want the reggae version. I'd like to hear that.
I can do that. This is all courtesy of One-on-One Songs. This 5-hour conversation is brought to you by One-on-One.
Well, you're a gem, and I've only come to appreciate that after first yelling at you. So I'm glad I did.
It's what I do, man. I'm always up for a worthy adversary. So,
I take that as an extreme compliment. Thank you.
I hope so, because it's meant as such. So, all right, Chad, it's a pleasure. We'll talk soon. All right, buddy.
Take care. Happy collecting, everybody.